You get
Yeah, I was gonna say, what
Shiguma and
else
one
would I have
other.
fight?
Because it's a humanoid, right?
Yeah, you get second win as a fighter, which is like
Anyway, stream's up.
exists.
I mean, pretty
Yeah.
good for Haru.
Eh.
Oh yeah, I don't have the the bot doesn't treat me as a person.
Yeah.
No.
I like how you copy and pasted it.
The other thing I'd say is at second level, getting action surge 2 would be pretty.
Yeah, that would be pretty juicy.
Yeah.
What does Ranger get at 2? Ranger gets something interesting at 2.
They get their
Does-
fighting style at 2.
Oh,
Does
they don't
that-
get it at 1?
And I think they get spell casting too at 2.
No, at 3. They're a third
Question-
caster, so it'll be at 3. Oh wait, no,
On
they do. They
5,
do get it
yes,
at 2.
that's
Sorry, they're a half caster. Sorry, half caster.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So last time on Dragon Ball Z, we killed the Beholder and cleared out that town. We didn't tell the general yet. Terry pieced out after doing all that work and teleporting us back. We got
No, we did the dungeon.
Yeah,
we did the
I'm
dungeon.
Yeah,
saying
which
that
is
next.
the beholder thing.
Yeah, I'm saying the maze thing next.
The puzzles, yeah.
Yeah. We did some puzzles, which are currently on the screen. We got a sky black leather armor, an assortment of gold, a space dagger, which Val currently has, but she's dead. The crystal ball of space, I don't think we had an actual name for it, but that's what I'm going with. And a small lockbox. How many people are watching right now?
Yeah, right. Nightshade armors. Yeah, the stuff I got listed.
No,
I
it's just
actually
2.
write it out.
That was a random question I want to ask. Does action surge stack with haste? Does that work?
Yeah.
Don't see
No,
why not.
no, because action surge just gives you one more action, guys. You're not thinking.
Yeah,
action
for
surge
one
is
turn.
One more action.
It gives you one action, and I believe it
Yeah.
also gives you a bonus action because of how it functions. But if you action surge while you're hasted, you don't get a second hasted action.
Yeah,
Alright.
no, you don't. It doesn't like double up, but you just linearly it stacks, right? You get
But
3
you still get the
actions
extra action,
total.
right?
You get one action, and I believe you also get another bonus action. Is how action
Yeah,
surge
right.
works.
With haste, action surge gives you +1 action and a bonus action.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm not counting the haste in that.
Though it might say that bonus action is in regards to the action you're doing. Like it might have to be related.
Alright.
Watch like nobody watch this because they're like, oh,
Yeah, it's so the way it's worded is you get an additional action on top of your regular action and a possible bonus action.
Possible, so it really depends on.
If
So
you
if you have 2 weapons, you're taking an attack. You can use that extra bonus action to make an attack with your offhand weapon.
That makes sense.
Yeah,
yeah.
But it doesn't mean you can cast another bonus action spell. It's not how it works. I can tell with only 2 things posted in your chat display that it is stretched.
Yeah, it's stretched.
Yeah.
yike.
It doesn't really matter. It is only gonna be a one-time thing.
True. While we're also waiting for Gun, was there anything else for the Nightshade armor? You said it was +2 armor.
A stealth buff.
It's +2
It was
leather
+5
armor,
to stealth,
+5 to stealth. Yes.
and that's it.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yep.
cool. I just wrote that down on that.
It's important to know that it's not studded leather armor, so it's leather armor with a +2 enchantment.
Yeah, which I think would bring my AC up to 18.
I think that's too small now.
Yeah, I'm just trying to fiddle with the font size.
Yeah.
Because it's gonna look bad, no matter what.
I have a friend that plays literally Total Warhammer 2 non-stop. He got the game, like,
That seems fine.
4 months ago.
How many
Yeah.
hours do they have?
That's what I'm checking right now.
Then I think we got
Fucking
home.
400 hours on it?
Gee.
already?
That's fucking terrifying. Is it like all of the Dawn of War 2 games combined?
Just Total Warhammer 2. Just
Oh,
Total
Total
Warhammer.
Warhammer. Okay, I thought it was Dawn
Which
of
I
War
mean,
2.
That game,
2. You could super put 400 hours
Oh,
into Total
easily.
Warhammer 2. It's just crazy that he did it in the span of like 4 months.
Yeah, I was gonna say that's the crazy part.
We sold off the giant snake bits, the body snatcher.
But you still have
Right.
parts on hold if you want them.
Yeah, we have a Fang, and we told her to save one of the enchantments from the eyeball.
Yeah, in case we decide
Yeah.
that we do want it, which will mostly depend on money wise and
Wise and what we really get overall.
Yes. And I think that's it.
We should be at the house.
Yes, we are at the house. Troy wanted to do a thing with Arana, but Arana's dead, so...
Don't worry. Gun will be here
Everyone's
within
dead.
the bit. We don't have to like rush to running session. Just shoot the shit if you don't know what to do.
That's fair.
Yeah,
I don't really have anything planned for this session. I planned it to be more fluff.
fair enough.
Hell yeah, fluffy session.
the one where the party plays Among Us.
Damn it.
I don't know about
Hanging
you,
around.
but purple looking pretty sus.
A blue vent.
I
Oh yeah, I need
can't
to put
vent.
identify on my
I don't know, but jellyfish
List of
look
spells.
pretty sus.
Identify on what?
identify on my spell list since I got the scroll.
Oh yeah. Well, when you get the scroll, you have to spend. What's identify? Is it first level?
It's first level.
It's first level, so it'd be 2 hours and 50 gold to put it into your spell list.
I guess
The 50 gold has to be in magic supplies, which you can buy at any old magic retailer.
Hi, Cyrus.
Hi, Alec.
Okay.
I guess yeah. I have what? I think I have 1/3 of an alchemist. Or no, I made the last.
No,
alchemist
you've
fire.
Yeah,
you're good.
you've fully made 2 alchemist
Two, yeah.
fires.
I guess I'll go to town real quick, buy the supplies, and start learning.
Sure.
It.
I'm just gonna go for the chain store. They sell magic supplies 1-to-1, so 50 gold.
Gold, and I won't add it yet. When I have free time, I'll add it.
Sure.
At least in 2
I'll
hours.
let you know, by the way, Cubes, that my character from Izzy's campaign, Brain, has almost 1,000 gold worth of magic supplies on him.
Nice.
Now,
Like, I just buy in bulk and then use it slowly.
you just say you buy 1,000, or you specify?
Yeah, I'm like, okay, I'm buying 1,000 gold worth of magic supplies, and then I'll mark it down in my inventory. Whenever I have time to buy it, obviously. And then I just keep track of when we have, like, hours and stuff, and I'll chip away at all of my spells.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say too. Actually, for making stuff, I should probably. Do
I
the
guess
same.
I'll do that, but I'm gonna borrow 1 gold because I want $100. 100 gold worth of magic items. I have 99.
Sure.
I'll wait till
He needs to borrow a gold. Who's lending him a gold?
I'll just give it.
I was gonna say I literally have 0 gold, so I need
Oh.
to wait till the party bank comes on.
I'm just gonna
Yikes.
give you 701 gold.
Sure.
And then you buy that much, you buy 750 of magic supplies.
It's
Well, I'm gonna-
800, right? Because he's got 99 gold.
Oh, yeah, 800.
So with the +1, 800 gold worth of magic.
However much he can get.
Yeah.
Because alchemists, whatever wouldn't be a bad thing for me to pop
Sell.
out. Especially because I can just pop out more healing potions given enough time.
Mhm. Healing potions are at like the high end of easy to make.
Yeah.
Use the quantity of the item to signify that 800 gold worth.
Smart.
Just use an item slot, and then wait. There's 2 little spots on items, right?
Yeah, the one's
Weight.
weight and the other's quantity.
Yeah, use quantity. So like 800 under quantity and then 0 weight because it should probably weigh something, but I'm not really sure how much it would weigh. And you guys also have a
Bag of
pack
holding.
wizard.
Yeah.
You
I
also
Bag
have
could
a
just
pack
put 1 in.
We've got like
Put
15
one in-
different ways to make it weigh nothing.
The other thing that that I do want to try and figure out today is a way to get into that lockbox.
Troy's got
So
Four
I don't.
different
What
things
was
you
I? What was the god again? What
I
was the
don't think
actual
we learned the name of Space Face.
face?
Star Eyes?
Was
You
it
guys know
Star?
Star Eyes?
No,
Yeah,
no,
you guys
no.
know Star
Space
Eyes.
Face. The space lady.
Oh, the lady. Yes,
Yeah.
the Star Seer. Yeah, yeah.
So I don't know, Troy. You seem to have read a fair amount of books recently, and Val's not around, so
Val's literally just.
I have read a book about a blood god terribly. Got told every single thing in it. I've been trying to go through a dirty fighting book because I want something to feel normal. And then I have the Beholder books that I'm gonna scroll through and see if I find anything interesting. But sure, shoot.
well, I mean, that's still more than I've learned from books, unless you count the power of friendship.
How is
That's
our
not a real
friendship going?
power.
I don't
Oh,
know,
it is,
man.
I
Seems
believe.
pretty real to me.
That anime is whatever that manga actually says.
It's
Yeah.
called I Believe.
Noah,
Please,
Noah,
I believe.
Noah.
Yeah.
Yes. To all of it. Yes.
Okay. Anyways, it's still more than I've read about, and I don't know if we'll get anything too useful, but starting to learn about the god, and then maybe looking towards what any sort of meaningful combination might be worthwhile.
As somebody with a book flying around me, reading this can be a bit difficult.
Huh?
But so that's the only thing on my plate for the party to consider. But
I mean,
other than that, I'm pretty free. I wouldn't mind dicking around and making alchemy stuff, but I'm not too committed.
do we still have that list that the crystal ball came with? Or the list on the crystal ball, I guess?
Yeah, it's basically like you swipe your finger across it and it has like the list in the crystal ball.
Yeah, it's
like
contacts on the iPhone.
it's got a really good GUI. Seems like whoever programmed it did a pretty good job.
Oh shit!
Must be a fucking Android. Troy's got... So he knows that Star Eyes is in there. Are there any other names that, like, pop out?
Make an investigation check.
Okay.
Can't help.
You have help.
Is it gonna load? No.
No, it doesn't have to.
16.
Good thing you got help, huh?
Yeah. I love getting terrible rolls.
So, no names stand out too much, though one that does seem interesting is Alexander. I'm not 100% sure on if you know that that's the general's name or not, but some people in the party know it for sure.
I think that the general has told me. I think
The
somebody. has told
general
me.
has never told you.
Troy never met,
Will, right? You never met.
I never
William?
met him,
So,
and no one told me about that. So
So-
Troy would not
Probably
know. I think
yeah,
Haru
but
knows.
because Nami is helping you, and Nami hangs out with William a lot, that does stand out when Nami points it out. And then there's one other name I had in here. Oh yeah, Charade.
Oh no.
Okay, that... Alright. I mean, the general was kind of weird, but I don't know if anyone else is feeling like this, but he's, like, actually powerful, right?
Yeah.
Like-
He is.
Morris is his friend? Anyway,
Did he also like born recently, like a month ago, 2 months ago?
Charade? Well, I'm talking about the general right now. Charade's a patron, and he's, like, hyper powerful. You know what? Fuck it, and he's gonna click on Charade.
Sure.
See what
so
happens.
You call him.
I thought this was a scrying orb.
Ring.
It's a scrying orb, but it has a few functions to it. It can scry, or it can call.
Troy really doesn't want to talk to Charade right now, so let's do scrying.
Right.
Right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's probably a good idea.
So, remind me on how scrying works. I'm pretty sure they make a save with modifiers based on what you know about them. Does anyone have scrying in there?
Here,
Probably
I'm
not.
just
It's actually
opening it
level
up on
5.
Roll20.
I just realized.
You can see and here a particular creature that is on the same plane of existence as you. The target must make a wisdom saving throw, which is modified by how well you know the target and the sort of physical connection you have to it. If a target
Modif-
knows you're casting the spell, it can fail the saving throw voluntarily
So
if it wants to be observed.
I would say we're familiar with him.
I would say you're first hand with him.
Okay.
Yeah, first hand plus.
And
yeah,
I
first hand is 0. So there's
The only
no
thing would be is if
negative.
there's any sort of hidden connection to how he's.
It is important to note, though, you're not using your spellcasting modifier.
yeah, we're
You're
using the spheres.
orbs.
And then Troy has the knife that Charade threw at him. Does that count? Or did he take that back?
He took it back.
Okay.
Funnily enough, his daggers are all blink backs. So.
Okay, fair enough. So yeah, just even save.
Oh, and interesting
Yeah,
as well,
even.
a creature visible objects can see the sensor created by scrying.
Yeah, I knew that part. How the fuck does he roll this low with that high of a save? So he failed. So you see a place you've not seen before. It's very similar in structure to the ruins you guys did all the puzzles in. Though after just about a moment, he does kind of look up at the sensor and kind of glare at it because he has true sight.
Yeah, I was thinking as much as I read that.
He waves.
You cannot see us, right?
Nope.
He just
still gonna
knows
wait
it's
back.
there and knows someone's crying on him. That's it.
Even though he cannot see, I'm just gonna wave back.
Naomi, don't encourage him.
And after a moment, he just hits it with Dispel Magic.
Well,
It's
that was
disappears.
neat.
I mean, that was pretty cool.
I guess
Yeah.
we gotta wonder why. Well, now there has to be a connection. There has to be, of course.
I mean, I think that
Yeah,
was a given.
Just a fun fact for you guys because I'm sure you're interested to know what the save on the crystal ball is and what he rolled twice to assure that he failed. The fail save DC on it is 18. That's not
Yeah.
bad.
It's
Not
pretty
bad.
good.
Yeah.
Now he does have a plus 13 to his wisdom saving throw.
And he rolled a natural 1 both times.
2 also fails.
2 also fails, that is true. How do you like the 2 curse, Mark?
It wasn't even it was a 1 and a 2. It was like, okay, sure. It didn't really matter, but it gave you guys a bit of information, I guess.
Yeah.
Okay,
Each chilling in some ruins.
John is
so...
literally chilling in some ruins, guys. He just said.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's
Okay,
currently on Greg.
so we know... Because I'm pretty sure... Charade was super interested after Rana had the chat with the, with Space Face Lady. And we now know that he is present in a set of ruins near that's similar to the one where we saw the statue of her.
And this trying orb having him as one of the contacts.
I mean, this has like fucking everybody as a contact. Every person that we think has been strong is in here.
It only has about 18 names, so it's not necessarily true.
It has a lot of
any
powerful
the, I
people.
guess, are any of the Shikumo on it?
Nope.
I didn't think so.
I guess as far as you can tell, Charade was.
You
Must be
can
born.
tell very quickly as well because for the most part the names listed are also in their native tongue.
Mm.
So if you were to see something written in Shugumo, it would have immediately
Yeah.
popped out to you because you're like, wait a minute.
That's illegal.
But that is why you can't discern some of them.
So I know we
If
won't
it's-
be able to... You first.
I was just gonna say, if just out of curiosity, not that I know in character, if they succeed on the throw, are they aware that someone tried to?
No, they don't. It is one of the few spells that does not say that the target knows.
Interesting. So we can just try again, and it won't know until it succeeds.
No, if we use it on a target and they pass, we can't touch them again
Yeah,
for a
they're-
day.
24 hours, right?
Yeah, it's the 24-hour rule of 5e.
Yeah.
Which is fine. I was just like, but they don't explicitly know that someone tried.
Yeah, they don't know, but you can't do it.
That's pretty cool.
It's like the really broken Bard College of Whispers, where you can instill fear in people and they literally don't know whether or not you made the save. Or whether or not they made the save.
Oh yeah.
They just get really scared all of a sudden of you for no reason. And it's like, what?
Isn't your bard gonna be that?
Yeah, he's my bard, just as a heads up for everyone, is a deep god, elder god, warlock / whispers bard.
Yikes.
Hitting
He's gonna
Ultimate-
cause problems on purpose. I'm fully aware of
ultimate
this.
edge.
Yeah,
Um,
He's not actually very edgy. Though I will say that his background is soulless. So there's that.
I mean, it's fine. Just an animivore had a snack.
No, it's just Terry.
Okay.
Terry's son.
He's hollow. Anyway.
He's Terry's son.
So
Terry is not the only hollow.
My
Yeah.
son.
Anyway,
here's a weird question.
sure.
If we had like
Oh, by the way, it's 5 uses a day on that screen.
Yeah.
board,
Okay,
so
yeah.
Someone write that down. Whoever's keeping it.
Troy will
I think
keep it.
Urana was the one that had it.
No worries, Troy can hold on to it.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter who uses it, unless your save is higher than 18. And I know none of you have a DC higher than 18.
Yeah. Mhm.
So if we had an item that had writing, could we compare the writing to the writing in the orb to figure out what language it is?
Yeah, absolutely, but also I'm pretty sure that Naomi just has understand languages.
Yeah.
This is
does,
true.
It does the
Well,
spectacles.
Yeah,
But
not
also, in terms of understand languages, it wouldn't be that helpful if it's a name we don't know anyways.
Mhm.
And it's not like you know what the language is. You're just like, ah, that's in common now.
Yeah.
Um,
But it could be context saying a specific name that we know from a specific type
That's
field.
the thing, it could
Context.
help if it's someone we do know, we just didn't know their native language. That would
That's
help,
true.
but
uh,
if it's someone we
anyway,
don't know and we don't
enough
know
of the
their
corner
language.
cases. I mean, that's neat.
Yeah.
Do you think Charade's gonna be mad that we took stuff from one of Space Face's apparently multiple ruins?
I feel like
Can you make me an insight roll?
Sure.
would have probably not, if he really wanted to stop us, he probably was there anyway. I just kind of assume that he's there all the time.
You get
anyway.
the idea that Charade was taking things out of those ruins.
No, well,
Taking things out of what?
he was.
The ruins that he was in.
He was-
Relatable content.
He did what we did, effectively.
Yeah. It's just ruins not known by anybody. Might as well.
Well, I
Why
guess
does he want them though?
at least we beat him to that stuff. Yeah, I was gonna say the stuff we got out of the ruins. It's nice and all, but I doubt it's to him anything super powerful.
I mean,
Maybe the statue.
well, what if like How do I word this?
What are the
Alrighty.
more notable
The
in
Troy
the
Bone
dungeon? We
Blast.
know like more notable things we saw, like the statue, for
Like
example.
I said, there wasn't too much in them. The whole kind of place was filled with those runes that you guys slowly learned to decipher, but realized that deciphering large swaths of text would just be absurdly inefficient.
Painful.
Painful, yeah. Almost near impossible for one of those. But you get the idea that it's probably a dedicated to that god, like it was a shrine.
Mm-hmm.
I don't
You guys
have any.
stole a
drugs.
bunch of stuff from it.
We borrowed.
Yeah, that
a
would be
lot.
another reason why it might not be a terribly bad idea to go look at what sort of stuff that god does.
Well, one, I feel as though we're not going to be able to find anything, especially with us three. Because Arana's probably the best bet, and she's still passed out.
Yeah.
And I don't know where Val is.
Yeah, also a good point. But yeah, no, we can wait for Piranha before
Like,
heading out for the
see?
day.
Yeah.
Could also, you know, make more money, because, damn, that blink back belt thing does sound quite, like a lot of fun.
Do you want me to spoil something for you now?
No, no.
I had a blink back
But
belt
yes.
on Charade when I played in Izzy's campaign, and it's still not good.
Is it really?
Throwing weapons are just so bad.
Yeah.
I was a
fair.
rogue with full sneak attack and everything, and I was just like, why am I fucking doing this?
I think it's mostly just like a gap closer.
It
thing.
ended up turning into literally him casting Psychic Dagger and just stabbing, or Shadow Dagger and just stabbing people with it because it's way more damage.
Yeah, it's way more
That's the thing. That's the other thing too, is that I do feel like the belt would only be effective with some form of
Magic daggers. Yeah.
magic kunai that impart effects.
Mm.
Because then I can use them not nearly as much for the damage they deal, but for control.
I mean, if we want to do money, we can always see if we've got, like, any jobs on our boards.
Yeah.
Because I think...
Jobs on our board or go out searching.
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to do, like, big jobs since we don't know where Val is. But yeah.
Yeah, true.
Like quicker, more like, yeah, we can do this in like an hour.
Yeah, the hunters probably are always got stuff. I mean, although, you know, that bear was supposed to be a small job. Ended up with a big responsibility.
Is that a joke because we gave birth to a patron?
To be
Yeah.
fair, you guys could have just killed the bear. It wasn't really that strong. Like, it was a ghost bear.
Yeah.
It was objectively a very easy.
Yeah.
It's a bear.
Troy was just... Troy Brain Blast. That was it.
Yeah, Troy had a brain blast.
Got a blast.
So yeah, Troy's gonna check out the job board and try
Okay, so your guys' board, there are 2 quests that are currently taken by Bushi and Fu, respectively, because they're just clearing out some undead in the sewers, and you told them to do jobs like that. But there is a job listed that is missing person.
Just
I
for
guess we
now.
should look into that then.
Might as well.
So the person who claimed it was in the city. They were over in the Jinzi district. The what the fuck is the name of their house here? It's probably really...
I wrote all the houses. Let me try to find it.
If it's not the Cult of Pleasure, I'll be disappointed in myself.
Damn.
Final House of Vengeance?
Oh yeah, Oh, that's right. Final House of Vengeance. Yeah, it was a different thing. But yeah, so it was over in that section of town.
Troy's going to tell the secretary, hey, when Arana gets up, tell her that we're in town and that sort of stuff. By the way, do you have a name? No one asked for your name. We've been very rude. I apologize.
Oh, it is no worries. It does not bother me. My name is not that important. I will get a name tag for you so that you can remember later. I am busy right now doing
Fair enough.
paperwork. Good luck with the job. I appreciate that your 2 large thugs get right on the easy jobs right away and leave the harder ones for the people that seem competent.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think one of them's only really good at fighting.
The other
Also,
one.
you kind of, your gaze goes to the left a bit and you see Kalita is still here as well at the front with her legs up on the desk. She's like, I mean, you could ask me to do it. I would have been able to do him, no problem.
I mean, yeah.
Yeah.
But we need, like, 1 guard here at the very least. But if you want to do jobs too, go ahead.
Okay.
You can also go with Bushi and do the other ones. You really want.
Not really into meatheads.
Fair enough.
I don't think they're into meathead either, and they're meathead.
You guys remember what her entire mercenary group was?
They were all,
Yeah.
like, just himbos, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
they were all marauder demogryphs. They were all very big and not very smart.
And is she a marauder demogryph? I can't remember.
Nope. She's just a demogryph. As far as you know, she doesn't have any family associated with hers.
It's like a very regular looking demogryph.
And if anyone doesn't remember, demogryphs are basically anthropomorphic griffins, but they are more towards the side of looking like a person, like a human, than Griffir, which are more on the side of looking like a griffin that walks.
All right.
All
She
right.
has rats, is what I'm saying.
Let's go do the job then.
Start knocking
See
on
what-
doors.
Sure. So you grab the thing, and you do have the exact house that posted it. It's a bit on the far side as well, so it's quite a hefty walk to get over there. But when you get over there, you see a fairly run-down house with a older gentleman sitting outside who is not a Jinzi, surprisingly enough. He is a human.
Oh,
Huh.
surprising.
Troy's gonna walk up, hold out the bounty board thing and go, "Hi, I'm Chivalry. We're part of the group that you left this at, and we want to help."
Which one?
Uh,
I put them at every single house that would let me.
we're not one of the official houses. We haven't really named our thing yet. We need to get on that now that I think about it.
There would have been a couple big spider
doesn't-
guys there.
Big spider
be a bit
guy,
bigger.
insect.
Oh, the one with all the bugs. Yeah,
Yep.
that one. I was getting out that one the fastest, that's for sure.
Yeah.
But we're here to help. Missing.
Yeah, we
Where's
don't
this report?
exactly have a PR department.
We need to work on that. Anywho.
There's a lot. Anyways,
Yeah, come on inside. And he opens the door, and immediate just repulsion as there's just like gore across the entire inside of the building. And then a fairly untouched body is lying on the far side, though, which is strange.
sir.
Nice place you got.
Yeah, it's a... Did you think I would mess with the murder? I'm looking for investigation. Why would I move anything?
That's very fair.
Yeah.
I mean,
What
probably
is a
could have put
missing
up an air
person?
freshener.
You were talking about a missing person?
Yeah, well, this one's dead. And then there's 2 missing people.
Hmm.
Okay. Nami,
So-
are you good at investigating?
Yeah.
Cool. I'm gonna leave that to you.
Yeah, that sounds good. The best I got is.
Hey Haru, you're good at knowing how people died.
You're also good with eyes.
You get to figure out the whole gore situation there. I'm gonna do talking.
Yeah, that's.
You can, Tori, you can interrogate, talk to the person, see what happened, what's their story.
I've worked at murder scenes before.
Yeah.
I'd say you'd probably be the most personable of us.
Yeah. So, first question. Who is the dead person in your house? Or in this house?
That's my wife.
Oh.
I am very sorry.
I mean, what are you gonna do?
Do you know when she died?
It was probably anywhere between 9 and 5 yesterday because I was at work.
Okay.
No. Well, they exist, but they're exceedingly rare. So bringing
Yeah.
people back to life is very difficult, besides, making them a zombie.
Yeah.
I don't think you'd like that.
Also, Yike, really sorry Izzy isn't here. Val has Speak with Dead at Will.
Oh, extra rip.
Uh,
Troy's
That
just
would be
gonna look
handy.
over at the body and use Soul Eater eyes to see if the soul's still, like, recent.
No, it's long
Fucking gone, alright.
I mean, it was literally a day ago.
Yeah. Well, Nami, Haru, can you guys start working on the whole investigation end while I talk to him outside?
Yep.
Sure.
Yeah,
Uh,
fair.
You guys have advantage on the investigation check. We'll just take one from Cute because the roll is much higher.
Oh,
20.
Nat
Nat
1, Nat
one.
20.
Nice.
the duality
Okay,
of man.
100%, this woman was poisoned.
But
The
I
blood
was
seems to be a misdirection.
literally first thing I was gonna say was I want to taste the blood for any poison.
You probably do that. We're using this one investigation as both of you because one of you is investigating the body and the other one's kind of just looking around for clues. So yeah, this is poison. It was a fast-acting poison, so it happened really quickly. She has no outside wounds on her entire body, literally none. So it was not injected in any way. It was ingested or breathed in potentially. There's the blood on the walls doesn't seem to be human or any kind of
My
like
next question.
humanoid.
Is the woman
creature.
human?
The woman's not human. She's actually a Jinzu,
Okay.
which is sad because she would have lived forever had she not been poisoned. So yeah, she was poisoned. The blood on the walls doesn't seem to be from a humanoid, of your knowledge. It's most likely from a non-humanoid. In fact, you're almost certain, Noah, that it is web weaver blood.
God.
She died
Oh,
from-
like the sort of thing that, like the blood from them,
of
or the
a
kind
web
of
weaver. Yeah, a blood of a web weaver, as if
Oh.
like it had been stabbed and kind of gutted.
Okay. Not just like blood from the weird inside
No,
or the web. Sorry.
it is not just
Um,
from the gore holes opening. Is there
Yikes.
any other information you want about
Uh,
it?
Like potential escapes, like
Okay, yeah, so because Noah got the information about it being a web weaver, it's very possible it could have left anywhere in this building.
Yeah.
You see that there were a lot of scratch marks on the stairs upstairs. On the middle floor, you're looking at kind of the same situation, a really bloody, stained mess with lots of struggling. Up to the top floor, where the struggling kind of comes to an end at a door that's open into a bedroom. And then inside that room, there's just one trail of blood into the corner.
well, I guess we know their exit then.
Yeah, quite possibly. The only other thing I'd maybe check is just confirm the time of death, or see if we can estimate.
Oh
it
yeah.
closer.
You're almost certain that it would have happened right around 1 p.m. yesterday. The body's just that stone cold.
Mm-hmm. Man, but like it hasn't totally started becoming too disgusting yet.
Right. The horrible smell is more the fact that all of the walls are basically painted in web weaver
Disgusting
blood.
Web weaver blood. Yeah.
Troy's basically just gonna ask, when did the other people go missing?
And when I got back, none of them were here, and they haven't been back for a day now.
Okay.
Since these are the web, I hate to say it, but I guess we could check the in. Was it the in
web.
between?
The web is the in between.
The web is
here
in
and
between.
inside.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I could call Breathless and ask.
The web, the in between the in
What?
Sorry, say again.
in between the in between.
The in between, the in between. Anyway,
Word.
any more questions for the man?
None that I can
When
think
did
of
you
at
discover the bodies again?
I discovered them as soon as I got home at 5.
Okay.
Are you doing okay? I'm
mean,
assuming not, but
Does it really matter how I'm doing? Just try and get my daughters back.
I'm gonna roll an insight check.
Sure.
14.
14? He seems pretty upset.
Yeah.
All right. We're gonna go do a bit more searching, and we will inform you once we have new information.
He nods and sits back at his seat.
Maybe we can also talk to Breathless a little bit about this whole place, see if he would know something.
Mhm. Yeah, that would be my initial thought too, although I mean the fact that they got blood from a web weaver doesn't necessarily mean they're involved, but it's
It's
not a
it,
good sign.
but then again,
Make me a history check now.
I also vote that we'd be inside talking about all this.
Advantage. Yeah. Well, they're still
Yeah.
inside looking around.
Rip.
Fuck, are you kidding?
Well,
You know, you don't know much about the web weavers, but you know that they obviously can't live outside the web, other than Breathless because he doesn't breathe.
Yeah.
so
I
it
do
was
remember
either
that. Well, it's
could be-
I wouldn't think it would be them who did it,
Mhm.
but I'm more so trying to ponder if they got help or they gave help to someone to get in and get out, at which case that pretty much leaves Shigumo and the elves as, like, you know, the only races that can do that, even though there's a lot of people there. Or if they were just still either Shigumo or elves, I guess, that killed a web weaver or injured one to take its blood or something.
could be related to Breathless. Ask them.
Is there anything unusual with the body in terms of clothing or like
Nope, nothing off. I think the
No.
strangest thing is the fact that there's web weaver blood on the walls, and this woman was poisoned either through an aerosol or ingestion because
like
how
not
Shuguma
no actual wound?
yeah, Shuguma would have literally just butchered her alive.
Yeah, that was the other thing.
Haru, do you think someone's trying to frame Shigumo?
Wouldn't be totally out of the realm of possibility, but that would seem to be too oddly specific.
How so?
Because, like, what would they gain? Well, other than misdirection, would they gain anything from framing Shigumo? Not that, and I'll kind of make sure that the guy's not listening in, but these people important in any way, are they?
Consider this. Shigumo.
Consider the following.
Yeah. Troy
Bill
Big
Nye.
Brain. So, Shigumo are believed to attack the city that they're allied with. The general learns of it, along with the body snatching. General would have to go to your mother and ask how this happened, which in turn would cause more strife between the Shigumo and the Nitian Commons. The other group
Cube
has...
just fucking bit a bullet.
Effing cubed.
Oh, Cube died?
Yeah.
Oh, shit.
You can keep going though. Cubed is we can catch him up as soon as you're done your big brain plot.
So, General, presumably other powerful people are all nearby your mother.
I'm back.
The third group can come in with their fancy new toy and blow their brains out.
Yeah, they do like doing that. I mean, that is a possibility, but again, like, it seems specifically for this group. It's definitely a possibility, and we should keep that in mind. It does seem like a lot of work and not a lot of flair. Because tracing it back to web weavers and to the Shigumo in general would be a decent stretch, as far as I know, to anyone who doesn't recognize it as web weaver blood. That's like the only thing that really ties it.
Well, in this world, is it possible to like get blood to actually identify like DNA and stuff?
Yeah, you could. It would be through magical means, so you'd need to be an incredibly powerful sorcerer or magician to do
Well,
that.
let's keep this with us for the moment.
Yeah.
Let's not get William and Co involved for the current
Yeah.
second.
Um,
I'd say we go up into the room, call Breathless, tell him what he saw on the other side as he was coming up.
yeah, see if there's anything from there that
Yeah.
we can use. I think it's a good idea. Good start.
Sure. So you head on up to the top where the last one left through, presumably,
Yeah.
and then give Breathless a call. And then Gun is here. There's also Arana. Arana walks into the room, says, "Hey guys, what's up? It's me, Arana. I'm here." And then the
Hello.
laugh track plays.
Gun, here's what you need to know.
No, Mark, for the joke, you're supposed to say, "It's Arana, we're here."
Gun, here's your catch-up. We're searching for 2 missing people. This Jinzi woman was poisoned, and the area around her is coated with webweaver blood. We are following the blood trail up to the room where they presumably left, and we are calling Breathless.
And also, how are you doing, Gun?
I swear to God, if his headphones weren't plugged
Better
in...
than that Jinzi woman, yeah.
Gun?
And we
He's on a
can't.
new vehicle, I think, or no? Maybe not. I don't know if he's got his new vehicle set up yet.
He's in
He's
roll
on the,
20.
just on the roll
Yeah, I
20.
just got in roll 20.
Gun, if
Yeah.
you're saying... Okay.
And goodbye.
Okay.
And he's back. There he is, and I can see his voice.
Speak,
Welcome to
Gun.
Gun.
We can't hear you.
Whoa, ding dong.
There we
Being
go.
very quiet, but I can hear him now.
Did you
Yeah.
did you hear everything I said?
I heard everything you said. It's just
Okay.
Cool. So welcome to the top. No, you call
1-800-Breathless.
1-800 Breathless.
1-800.
And he picks up and he goes,
Get a Weaver.
"Hey, what's up, kid?"
Nothing personal, kid. I was just wondering, there's something here that made me think of you and the Web Weavers. Just because you notice there's a lot of blood, and I'm pretty sure it's from one of you guys. And I'm wondering how it got here.
Oh, don't tell me you're gonna ask me to come over. I'm really far away right now.
I mean, you don't have to then, but would you have any idea, like, do you know anything about the area here? Was there any chatter about someone coming over here to do anything, Shigeumo or otherwise?
I have heard things. Nothing about a murder, or anything like that. Poisoning. I have not heard about that.
Did you say poisoning?
I never specified anything.
We never said it.
But why don't I just come over?
Where
Alright.
is Breathless right now?
Out of character, Mark, I just want to clarify that those are... Is that specifically mentioned?
He said exactly what he said to you.
Even,
Yeah.
even
Yeah.
with exactly what I said.
Yes.
Okay. Yikes.
Oh, he knows.
So yeah, he says he'll be about 2 hours and then he hangs up.
Well,
Is there a way to call a different Webweaver?
I guess this is a good time as any to.
No one can call a different Webweaver.
I can?
Yes, the device that you have that Breathless gave you is a direct link, but it can also be used in the way of like a flare. So if you would activate it, any Webweaver on the other side would be able to see its location and come to you.
The other side of that would be is that they're not exactly going to be
You know that if you call
Alright.
one, at the very least, it's not going to immediately attack you. It
Oh
just
yeah,
might
that's-
refuse to assist you.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I mean. It's not gonna. Breathless at least can guarantee, even if it's literally anyone, that he'll be helpful. Whereas the other ones will just could just tell us to fuck off and then go away. Could give it a shot though if you really wanted. Otherwise, I'm more than happy with just waiting 2 hours and looking into anything else.
At the very least, if you called any web weaver, you'd be able to go into the other side and leave the same location if you wanted to look around in the web.
Right, to just look for a bit. Examine the murder scene on the other side.
Oof, roll 20 having issues.
Yeah,
I
definitely
noticed
a lot.
that too.
The good news is we don't super need it right now, so.
Yeah.
So if we go into the web, do you know how to like get the masks so we don't have to breathe?
You know any web weaver that would respond would have a handful of masks on them.
Yeah, to prevent us
That's
from
the whole point.
dying.
Yeah. Think of it like Uber, right? They're all prepared.
Okay. So what do web weavers usually want then? Because literally all we're gonna do is ask them to open a hole.
Corpses.
Corpses.
I mean, fresh ones preferably. I don't think we want to feed this dude's wife to a web weaver.
Yeah, probably not.
But you could feed the dude.
No. If you feed the dude, we take the money easy.
Got him.
Haru,
Chaotic evil.
can you stay here waiting for Breathless while I go knock on some doors around?
Yeah, there's no problem. No problem with that on my end. And I could
Alrighty.
even, just make sure, investigate, whatever.
You,
But
you
there's
know,
nothing else we missed.
you know that it's most likely if it was just you paging. One, you could probably get in and out, no problem. But bringing other people is where it gets a bit dicey.
Yeah, also,
it
yeah,
might
'cause
start
I'm
getting
at least-
hungry.
Yeah, I'm at least.
Your royalty.
It'll be like,
I'm gonna go with you, Troy, mostly for the fact that I don't want to see Breathless.
Yikes.
Arana,
scares
you
me.
want to come with?
I'll stay here with Haru.
oh, that's nice.
Okay, but if a web weaver shows up, just leave the room so we don't have to have a weird situation, have to give him a corpse, you know? Okay, Troy's gonna start
Hey, man.
knocking on doors nearby and, like, asking, hey, do you know what happened to or probably not that, probably just like, hey, have you talked to the people next door recently?
Well, I stay away from the humans. I don't care for them.
Alrighty. What about the Jinzi folk that live there? Are you avoiding them as well?
The what?
The Jinzi folk.
I thought it was just a human lived there.
The human and the wife. Who was a Jinsei.
Never. Never seen her.
Troy's just gonna knock on another door, ask the same question.
So I for the most part, I'll do a couple of rolls just to see if anything changes. But all of these people avoid lay human. Yeah, all of them avoid the human, and none of them have any idea that there's a Jinzi there.
Yeah, either because racism against humans or he has something else.
I'm gonna just do an insight check to see if it's just because they're like, oh, this is fuck humans. Advantage because Nami helping, question mark?
Yeah,
I'm
sure.
help-
It's 21.
DC's pretty low. What, did you actually
Assuming-
roll that?
I have a 21 and a 17 on stream.
Yeah.
Yeah, I do
wish
not
that I
have
could
that
see
yet.
It's just
Okay, I see it. I see it on the stream. Fair enough. 21. Yeah, most of these people are just. It's not even like a racism in the sense of like they don't like humans. It's more of a just don't want
There
to.
it is.
That's
Just
a minute.
humans are weird. Don't want to deal with them kind of way. Like just wash their hands of the situation.
And can that also piggyback on like them never seeing anyone else?
None of them had any idea that there was a Jinzi lady living there. They were under the assumption it was just a human.
and especially the two daughters.
Yeah.
Have you guys ever seen the human go to work? Or does he just kind of...
I usually shut the door when he walks by in the morning.
That's fair enough. Once again, apologies for all the questions. But now
Whatever. It doesn't matter. Seems like you maybe going to get him kicked out of here, so that would be a bonus.
Has he done things to bother you all?
Sometimes it just sits there and looks at us. It's kind of creepy.
What does the person look like? A human?
He looks like a pretty bog standard human. I was going to say hentai protagonist.
God damn it.
Nice.
But he's just got kind of like messy hair. He's a bit dirty. Looks like he does pretty hard manual labor. And he's just wearing some pretty generic slacks and shirt. So nothing doesn't stand out in any way. That's for sure.
Yeah.
Can try use Soul Your Eyes on him.
Sure. It is a. You know what? Make me a history check.
Mm.
Nat
20.
20.
Nat 20.
Nice. You know that it's a human soul. It's very hard to get eyes on with a human soul because of how hard it is to see human, but you're almost certain that this is indeed a human soul.
Inside of.
The human.
Yeah.
I was making you make the
making
history
verify.
check just to see
Aware.
if you would even know what a human soul looks like because
Okay.
they're so rare.
That's fair.
Because if you did, you would have been like, I would have been like, that's a really weird looking soul. You're not really sure what you're looking at. Never seen anything like it before, which would have been.
I
True.
think last time you could have seen us with the human teacher.
Mm.
Yeah, but like standard deviation of 1 is nothing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So Troy's gonna go over and ask, "Where do you work?"
I work at the mines just outside of town. It's about a 2-hour walk, so I have to be up very early.
Mm-hmm. So you leave your house at 7?
Yeah.
All right. Do you have anyone in the area that also works at the mine and can confirm you had nothing to do with this, just to be safe?
Yes, there's a young lady down the street that lives in, at a, what's the store called? It's, I don't go in there often. They don't let me in. They make, food, pastries.
Bakery?
I can't afford them.
Troy's
Yeah.
gonna walk down there. Presumably it's Ruby's Bakery, right?
Nope.
Hmm.
Nope. It's a different bakery. You're literally like on the other side of town.
Did it say female?
Yeah.
I went with girl at a pastry shop, like...
Yeah. Salamander Boy doesn't actually run in the Jinzi district.
Oh, yeah.
But yeah, you go there and you see that there's a bakery and there's a pretty gruff-looking lady behind the counter. She's pretty huge. She's a female marauder demogryph, so they're pretty rare, and they are jacked. She's like really big.
Man, all the rare races today.
Well,
It's not even that the race is rare. It's just that females of that
Yeah.
are pretty rare.
Hello, I'm Chivalry.
Greetings.
This is Nami.
Hello,
we
nice
we
to
wish
meet
to confirm an alibi, not for you, for someone else.
Okay.
A human man. He lives down the street. We just want to confirm that yesterday he did go to work.
Yeah, you went to work yesterday down at the mines, right? Outside of town.
Yeah, the mines.
Correct. And have you ever seen any Jinzi in that house?
I know that someone else is in the house, but I don't know who they are.
Is it just someone else, or you're not sure how many?
I'm not sure how many. I just know that there's more than just him, because he always, when he does order food from the place across the road that feeds him, he always gets enough for at least 2 or 3.
Out of curiosity, why is everyone just not wanting to deal with him?
It's a human. It's just weird.
Yeah.
Insight check.
Sure.
I know that they're like a rare race, but just 17.
You get the vibe that humans are just... They're kind of like they're kind of like what's the word I'm looking for?
Frowned upon.
Marginalized.
No, not frowned upon or marginalized, but it's a black card from Magic the Gathering. Makes you discard.
I'm gonna use the restroom real quick.
I'll look up the card and remember the name of the word. Ostracized.
There you go.
That's the word I'm looking for. It is an old black magic card. It does not get. I don't think it's had any reprints. And when Ben comes back, I'll make sure that yeah. The most recent printing is like 7th.
Hello, I'm back.
It's ostracized.
Ostracized.
Ostracized. It's just kind of standard practice.
Would Troy or Nami know why? Or is it just because they're, like, weird and not furry?
That's mainly the reason. Because almost every race that exists in this world, other than elves and dwarves, are very much an animal.
Yeah.
It's weird to see them.
Mm-hmm.
Elves aren't that big of a deal because they mostly keep to themselves on their own islands. Dwarves aren't a big deal because they've made a pact with all the people of this world to defend the border from the darker realms. So humans are the only ones that are both rare, weird looking, and not of any help to anyone.
Yeah.
And so there's no positive connotation to them existing, and they just make people feel uncomfortable to be around. So it just ends up with ostracization.
Ostriches.
Ostriches. Ostrich war.
Emu War.
Yeah.
Any updates for Haru? While I figure out the
2
next
hours,
course.
right? Like you've
Yeah.
got.
Well,
a
isn't he
while
also
away.
calling, like, a different one?
Is he gonna do that, or are you gonna do that?
Yeah, I was gonna consider.
flare
both
one?
thing.
Sure. So you're gonna beacon, and within 5 minutes of the beacon, a portal hole does open up. You know.
I skedaddled just at a site so as to not,
I was gonna mention.
Yeah, well,
As soon as the portal opens, you realize very quickly that he's not going to come through because they can't breathe on this side.
yeah. So
Yeah.
they're just
So,
opening it for my sake.
He's opening it for your sake.
So yeah, I'll hop in.
Hop in through. So it's one of a more menacing looking one that does kind of gingerly drop you a mask, and he looks down and he speaks in Webweaver, which is a language that you know enough to get bits and pieces. You can generally glean the meaning from anything they say, but you don't actually directly understand what he's saying. And boy, does it just shake you to your core to hear it spoken because it's so
Not a
unnerving.
good language.
But he basically just says, like, you've called me, what do you want? How can I help? What's going on?
I just want to take a look in the web around this area because there was a ton of blood from a web weaver on the other side of.
Before
Is there
you
a
finish-
word that they use for the outside?
they call it the Outlands. But before you even finish that sentence, he does kind of affirm what you said with a lot of hand movements, and then he points down the stairs.
I'm just gonna imagine a lot of hand movements, meaning like a lot of really grotesque hands at the same time doing things.
Yes.
Yeah.
Go
Take a look at
down the
crime.
stairs. You see a dead web weaver, like just lying at the base of the stairs.
Yikes!
Well-
It's already grotesque to look at, but it's also been like butchered. Like it is flayed heavily all over its body. It obviously bled a ton. You know their contents are under high pressure, so it makes sense that
That it would kind of explode.
Yeah. So it does not look nice.
I guess I'll have to.
It's like a beached whale.
I want to investigate to see if I can discern what like weapon or type of thing killed it.
Sure, go for it.
Can I hand him my inspiration?
Yeah, I'll let you hand your inspiration over.
Yikes!
Add a d6 or get advantage, your choice.
I'd say D6 is probably the better choice here.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
14.
It's not bad. This is definitely a lot of lacerations, like blade strikes. It's interesting, most blades aren't quite tough enough to cause this deep of wounds. So either it was a very powerful blade or it was an incredibly powerful user.
Right. Have I seen this particular Reaver before?
Nope, this is pretty unnamed for you.
Yeah, okay, just some random nobody.
Yeah.
Damn. That sure spices things up.
The plot thickens.
Is there anything noteworthy about the scene around the crime, or is it all just kind of the usual inside mirroring the outside?
I
web
would like a
mirroring the
secondary investigation check here. If you want to go and get someone else to bring in to give you a hand, you're welcome to do that. Because I know your investigations.
It's just shit, yeah. I'll ask the web viewer first. Would you mind if I grab someone else to come take a look at this? I'm not exactly known for being perceptive about these sorts of things.
You hear it very kind of shaking, quivering laugh, like it's giggling at your own inadequacies.
Yeah, I've got 8 eyes, but I can't use them. Okay.
And then it nods, and before it sends you off, though, it requests not food, but gold.
How much
Not
gold?
much. I mean, that's.
It raises all 6 of its hands, with all 5 fingers on each up.
Wow.
60 gold.
Wow, they have
30.
5 fingers on his
30
hand.
gold.
So plain.
Yeah,
no,
they're all twisted in the wrong sizes.
Yeah, fair. That's
crunched and
more than doable. Yeah, I can go up and I can grab Hey Rana. You got 30 gold, right?
Yeah.
You want to come in?
I want everyone to think of this image in your head really quick. Haru has gone into a bloody gash in the floor, walked around, done stuff, come back out of this bloody gash in the floor, over to Irana and went, "Hey, do you have 30 gold?"
You got 55?
And I'm still covered in
In blood.
Like
Yeah.
his face is fine, everything else is soaked.
Yeah. And do you want to come and can you come help me? There is a dead web weaver on the other side, and I'm not exactly the investigative type.
I guess.
Just
I
might
It would
as well.
help to have an extra pair of eyes, and I don't think the web weaver seems reasonably nice, so I don't think he'll have a problem. He requested gold instead of a corpse, so that's preferable.
Okay.
Cool. Yep. So you guys go back over, and he hands her on a mask as she walks through as well. He's very ginger with his hands, which is pretty interesting. And then he kind of taps fingers together expectantly.
Yeah. Rana could give him 40 gold.
Have you given him the gold,
Yes.
Gunterman? Awesome. He takes it and he bites one to make sure it's real, and then he smiles and puts it away in a little sack that he has. And his smile is the complete opposite of warming.
Yeah.
Gold.
Alright,
Yeah.
so,
I'll lead you. to
how
the
are you
lobby,
giving me
Rana.
you assisting with this role?
Yeah.
He'll show.
100%.
So you're investigating not the corpse anymore, but kind of the scene around it, or are you still kind of looking at the corpse as well? Because you can make your choice.
I mean, I could
do a double over on the corpse?
Well, yeah, I could
Probably
medicine the
could've, yeah.
corpse.
Oh yeah, how about you do a medicine on the corpse for me?
First
that
or
first.
after?
We'll do that first.
Chancel. Alright, here we go.
Nice, 21.
God, when the
Cool.
fuck did you go to fucking Web Weaver Jonathan's School of Web Weaver Biology, Arana?
So that's what I was going to mention. He still can't really get a glean on what is relevant for keeping a web weaver alive. He can tell a little bit more that these wounds were caused by a blade weapon that was specifically a light blade weapon. So that is very strange because being able to get this deep
Yeah,
with
with
a
a
light
light
blade is
blade.
incredibly strange. Additionally, Arana does check his mouth and stomach.
Check his pulse, Yugi.
Check his pulse, Yugi, and determines that he hasn't eaten within the past week.
Pretty
So-
desperate, I imagine.
Desperate, or at the very least, the other two people that are in the house might actually be alive.
Yeah, true.
So yeah, you get some decent information out of that, and then do you want to go and make an investigation check for the scene?
Yep.
Yikes!
Nice.
Oof.
Wow. That's one better. Or wait, no, it's not, because I got the inspiration.
Yeah, that's funny. Yeah, you don't see all that much of use here. You see there's a lot of footsteps, but it's very possible that it could have been the web weaver that just walked here, or this one had walked in like a bit of a circle. You're not entirely sure what's going on with the footsteps. How long would it... About this time is when Breathless would probably show up, and he sees you two kind of looking around the room, and instead of his very usual smile, he's got a bit of a kind of a straight teeth grit
Fucking
kind of look, and he kind of glares and he goes, "Hey kids, what are you doing in here?"
Oh, hey, Breathless. I just wanted to make sure to get some of this out of the way before you arrived. Just because I didn't think we'd totally have to wait for you necessarily.
Mm-hmm.
You sound concerned about us being here, or...
Well, I just thought that I was your web weaver. Why are you using other web weavers now?
If it bothers you that much, I'll make sure not to do it again. I just thought I could save some of our time because we don't want the killers to get away with this, especially now that we know a web weaver is dead.
Well, the thing is that this did happen yesterday. So
Yeah.
they already got away.
I'm still gonna say that.
Yeah.
He's just gonna kind of glare at you guys and go, "Yeah, well, okay. Any interesting information you found out since I've been in transit?"
I'll relay the information we found out, which was mostly just about the web weaver was killed with a light blade, which, yeah, I was also gonna... Right now, there hasn't really been anything to insight.
I
well,
know.
guess
I'm
there's
just
insight
saying
why
because we
he's-
like never do insight checks.
Yeah.
I'll throw the as
When
As
it
you're
comes
talking,
up,
I'll-
just do it.
Yeah.
Fucking.
Right now,
I have
only
my
main
thumb
thing we found
over
out
the
was that
submit
the
button.
web weaver was killed on this side with a light blade, and we presume it's his blood was then used to decorate the wonderful crime scene on the outer world. If you'd like to see that.
I guess I might.
Let me know when I can click the button there.
You can click it whenever you
GM.
want.
You can click it at any time.
21. You get the feeling that he didn't want you guys to see what was on the other side of the inside.
Who the guy who just showed up, or
Breathless did
Yeah,
not
Breath-
want you guys to see it.
Breathless did not want us
Didn't
to
want you guys to see what
Oh.
was over here.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
Um,
Uh-oh, too.
Take
I'm-
him inside, and we'll have this web weaver leave now that his job is done.
does the other web weaver, do you have a name?
He says that his name causes the sanity of those to hear it to flee, so he says that it's best you probably don't hear it.
Well,
Fair enough.
thank you. It's probably best I don't hear it.
He gives you a thumbs up and kind of glares at Breathless and then scuttles off.
And then, so I will actually as well. I will also. So I'm assuming that fails against Breathless, because I'm just gonna
You
act
can have advantage against Breathless.
since I know him
Yeah,
to a reasonable degree.
16.
16. And what are you doing with this insight?
I was gonna say I'm gonna do. I just want to do the same. I wasn't originally gonna do it, but I'm gonna do the same insight as Arana,
Mhm.
just cause she'll know. But do I know?
Yeah, you with a 16, you know that he's hiding something, and he's not being entirely honest with you guys, but you're not sure what that is. Whereas Arana knows that it was to prevent you from seeing those over.
Right. And then I guess we presume to go to the outer lands, or the, the
Mhm.
regular fucking
Yep.
world.
Bring you guys to the overworld, and he looks around at the kind of scene, and he goes, "This doesn't look so good now, does it?"
No, but
Fucking
the
Another
most
one.
interesting thing is that the web weaver was involved. Did you know that web weaver at all?
Can't say I did. He could say that he does.
Nice, Mark. Or have you? I don't know. Have you ever heard of? I know the other two people are Jinzi, right?
You know
Or are
that
they?
the wife is a Jinzi and the
Yeah.
husband is a human.
What about the other two people?
You
unknown.
don't know.
Oh,
Did
did
not
not
ask.
specify in the ad.
No.
Damn. Did you? Would you know anything about the poison that was used to kill this woman?
You know us
No.
weavers don't use poison to kill people. We tear
Yeah.
them limb from limb and eat all, even their bones.
Oh. And then my curiosity would be, why was this one left behind instead of being eaten? It would have been much cleaner to just have a full-on missing persons
No, I don't know.
than to have all this charade.
That's a loaded word.
Yeah, I say I like look side to side.
Look at the
as I
camera.
say it.
Fear. Unending
Yeah,
fear.
exactly.
Um,
Jeez.
look, I don't know what it is you people do when you kill each other, but the web weaver couldn't have killed her. There's no way.
Do you think it would have the web weaver? Do you think the web weaver would have been killed after helping them with this, and then they proceeded to paint the walls with its blood after? Do you have any take on that?
You know what happens when we're cut open, yes? Have you not seen it? You might be too young, I suppose. He reaches over and he literally just grabs your sword without your permission. And then he just stabs his hand, and then he pulls it out, and it just geysers out of his hand.
Yeah.
Like if it was cut up on this side, the blood all over the walls is totally reasonable. Like it literally, like every cut that would have been inflicted on it would have just been like spraying
Yeah.
everywhere. So
The question would have been then, how did they get back after? I mean, I guess I could call another one, but I can't imagine they'd be too helpful
Fucking-
about that.
you man.
Fucking
Are you not putting it
9
together,
already.
Noah?
9 already.
Are you not putting it together now?
No.
It just crawled and made a hole and left and died on the other side.
Oh, yeah.
That's
also
why there's
possible.
less blood up top. It's slowed. Its bleeding was slowing down because it was dying. I mean, I thought I made that pretty clear. Sorry. in plain text with your investigation. You probably should have figured that out by now.
Can Troy and Nami come back in at this point?
Yeah, sure.
Oh, that was a little
Uh,
faster than 2 hours.
Oh, great.
breathless.
Well, on our side of the whole situation, the man is confirmed to have gone to work. Basically, nobody knew that other people were in this house except for a person that,
Worked with him.
well, no, just a person who got food orders from him.
No, she watched him get food orders across the street. It's very seldom that he went into the bakery because he couldn't afford anything in it. And the daughter of the lady who runs the bakery works at the mart. You didn't ask him about that, but that's how they know.
My bad.
No worries. I cleaned it up for you.
So many bots. This is irritating.
So many bots.
I don't even know
This
why.
is the one.
Bot City.
So, at the very least, presumably whatever web weaver that caused this is assuming that the whole thing that I was talking about earlier does happen, it doesn't happen, and it goes wrong. That web weaver is going to be brutally killed in the most brutal way possible. And then Troy's gonna look over at Breathless and go, and how are you doing today?
I've been better.
Can I roll an insight check?
Sure.
24.
Haru is the only reason he hasn't killed all of you at this point.
Yikes.
Yeah.
This is obviously something that is not good. And he's either involved or trying to bury it.
Well, I must say, for being the most common web weaver, you get into a lot of trouble, don't you, Breathless?
I didn't do anything here.
Oh, come on now. There's a reason why you don't want me saying what I'm saying.
Yes, but it doesn't mean that I'm involved.
Can
And I'll cut your tongue out if you keep speaking that way to me.
Can the inside check piggyback on that? Or no?
What are you looking for?
Basically seeing
To
if...
see if you'll actually cut his
No,
tongue.
no, to see if he's like actually the person who did this, or if he's covering for someone else.
You're pretty certain that he's not doing it. He didn't do it. Whatever it is, it wasn't him. He's trying to cover for someone else.
Alright. So you didn't do it.
I'd probably pipe up and say, but you did know there was a murder before I said anything, and that they were poisoned.
Yikes.
Can Breathless sweat?
No.
Damn.
But he's also not. He's pretty much cool as a cucumber.
Yeah, I was gonna say
he actually
really wouldn't.
he puts on his big smile. He says, "Oh, Prince, you're so lucky."
What? That's you haven't my
That I like
intestines.
you.
Yeah. That is, I am fortunate about that, and I do like you as well. And it's just unfortunate that that there's something that's tangled up all in here.
It's definitely not making me very happy.
Do you know who did this? Or are you just trying to cover for someone?
Of course I know who did this, but I'm not going to tell you.
Yikes. Could you say why they did this?
No. He's like, it feels like he's completely cashed out from this conversation. You're probably not going to get much more information.
Yeah, I was
from
gonna
him.
say that. I'd probably just.
Yeah.
Is there anything I could I'm just trying to think of in terms of history out of character. Is there anything I could do to make him feel better about this situation? And me calling on him again. And big
We're not
oof.
very good investigators.
I mean, we found an accomplice, and the accomplice is not doing anything, presumably because the other people will make his life a whole lot worse than us.
keeping quiet to any Shugumo is probably your best bet to keep this from making him any more
Like keeping him out of it, basically,
Yeah.
or keeping. Yeah.
Well, no, just keeping the entirety of any information about this that you guys find out just from ever entering the inside is the best you could do. The main target of where he doesn't want to know about this is the inside.
Okay.
We can guarantee your safety. We will not tell anyone in the inside.
I'm not afraid
He's
of
not- he's- yeah.
anyone at
He's
all,
Not
Troy.
scared himself. It's just safety is not the concern here.
I don't
But-
understand what the concern is then.
I'm
Because
sh-
Better if people don't know.
I'm sure
About
it'll
what
just make things complicated.
I'm sure.
I won't promise that we won't stop investigating this, Breathless, but I will promise I will keep this from
thank you, Mark.
people. on
I'm
the
just gonna
inside.
keep watching it.
Thank you.
That's fine. You can do that, and that's fine. I'm sure it's good for you, Prince, to know what happened here, though you might not like it, and it might make you question things a bit more than you already are. And he
One
had-
sec.
one sec.
Yeah, I'm gonna have like a small crisis. Like, if I've already. That's.
You don't
Do-
really know what it is he's talking about.
Yeah, I
The
assume
idea
I would
of
know.
not- yeah,
But
the
he
idea-
would know what I've been through for a lot of shit, so.
The idea of more things
Yikes.
you thought you understand being not correct is a bit yikes.
Yeah, I guess.
Oof. Well, I'll cross that bridge when I get to it, and probably, forget a lot.
Yeah, well, just hurt yourself. I'm sure it will make you feel better.
It's usually what I do. Or others. Generally myself nowadays.
He shrugs and heads off through the pit.
At the very least, Breathless, are the 2 people that were kidnapped from here dead?
I don't know where they are.
Okay.
They could very well be dead, especially if they went to the inside.
Alright. I think Troy, at this point, is going to tell Nami to clean up this as best as she can. And Troy is going to deliver the news to the man outside.
Clean up as what? Cleaning?
Yeah, there's fucking blood on the walls and you have prestidigitation, I think.
Oh, that's true. Yeah.
Yeah. I would also want
Yeah.
to talk to the man outside. I kind of have some questions for him now, too.
And
When you say clean up, I thought you meant get rid of loose ends. I was very confused.
Yeah, go take
Kill,
that. and fuck
take-
it up then.
take care of him.
Fucking 2 at once. Holy shit.
This isn't 3. What the flying fuck?
Why are we getting so many today?
No idea.
You banned the same guy twice. Oh no, you
I removed it because I was on the thing, pressed it after you did it. Yeah.
What?
Why are we getting so many bots today?
I'm gonna go check someone else's stream.
Is it just bot season?
Bot season, spam season, bot season. It's the
Um,
the rabbit and duck season, maybe.
So yeah, Troy's gonna tell the man outside and say, you do not have to pay us whatsoever. I understand this is a very heartbreaking thing, and I will provide you with as much money as it takes to perform the burial service.
I don't need it. It's fine.
Alright.
I did say I wouldn't stop investigating, right?
Yep.
Troy's basically just saying that, like, current situation, it's not looking great.
That's fair. Who were the two people that were kidnapped? I was
I
chatting.
believe it was his daughters.
Your two
My
daughters.
daughters, yes.
Are they human or Jinzi? Or
Both.
other?
Both.
Both.
They're both Jinzi. However, one of them is covered in a lot of white hair.
Like white hair as in Shiguma white hair?
I don't know what that word means.
I mean, I'm asking as a...
Oh, you're asking the... I don't know.
Like, would that be something that would be like...
Do you want to roll an insight check?
Yeah.
Troy
Insight
can
or
do it.
history?
Troy can do it? Question mark. I have a
Sure.
+7.
Sure. I mean, you're here listening, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Not 20.
You're certain this kid's got spider in her.
Has to be. Yeah.
Haru,
And what exactly did your wife do for work?
She didn't work.
Haru, let's go back home and talk to the other people there and gather our thoughts and let the man grieve. And
Yeah.
one of our co-workers is cleaning up the blood situation, so you won't have to worry about that, sir.
Thanks.
You're welcome. And if you ever need us for anything, just feel free to come to the guild hall.
Will do.
Troy's gonna gather everyone up, and I think while he's like gathering people up, just because he's not sure if like Breathless is still nearby and could air quotes listen in, Troy's going to hand sign to Haro.
That's me.
That's you. Spider Blood Kid. And he's not going to explain anymore until he's back at the hall. But he's going to do that in Thieves' Camp.
Yep.
Cool. So you guys get back to the hall, and I'll say Nami gets back as well at some point. And you kind of group up at the dining room, I'm guessing.
Are Bushi and Fu here?
I will say, let's roll on these guys. Fu is nope. Bushi is yep.
Alright,
Bushi's here.
Troy's going to bring Bushi in.
Hmm.
So,
And you wanted me for something?
well, I need you here because you've had slaves before and I want to test some theories.
Okay.
Today there was a murder case. Well,
Okay.
a murder case and 2 kidnappings.
Mm-hmm.
A web weaver died.
So I just want to clarify something story-wise. Sorry, man.
Yeah.
No worries.
Bushi is pretty much our slave, right?
Yeah, pretty much.
And he has no connection with anyone from the inside.
As far as you guys know, no, he doesn't speak with anyone on the inside anymore.
Okay. Then I'll allow it.
So Troy's basically gonna tell Bushi about the whole situation, but not the whole daughter thing.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so there's a murder and there's a dead web weaver. Sounds like he kind of fucked up what he was trying to do pretty hard, huh?
Yes. But the concerning thing is that this human had 2 daughters, as said previously, and a Jinzi wife. One of the daughters had Shigumo blood in her. Not so
There's
much as in the dying part.
There's literally no way. Not possible. Shuguma can't reproduce.
Then how does this human and Jinzi have a child who's either A, a Shigumo, or B, part Shigumo?
So remind me, because maybe I fucked up. When you got the insight, or not the insight, when he mentioned the white hair, did he literally only said she was covered in white hair, right?
She was a
Yeah.
Jinzi covered in white hair, and you said,
okay, good.
and I
Yeah.
quote, that she either most likely or
Right,
assuredly has Shigumo blood in her.
Did I say Shugumo or did I say spider?
I think spider?
Okay, that's more important. Got it. Yeah, no. Dude, Shugumo can't reproduce. It's impossible. We're all sterile.
What about web weavers?
Wait, so what about the birds and the bees for me?
You guys have the
for
blood
you
ritual.
Is you guys cut blood, and you guys mix blood and do a ritual in the summer.
You're the bird.
Oh
Like,
yeah,
it's
that's
spawning.
right.
Yeah,
that's
yeah, yeah.
right.
Spawning pits. But as soon as you say that, Bushi kind of like winds his eyes and goes, I'm going to be brutally honest with you, Troy. I couldn't fucking imagine a creature that would even attempt intercourse with a web weaver.
Well,
So
I get that.
do not know.
But it's literally possible.
I guess so.
Yeah, we've had 15 bans?
Yeah.
15 to 23, I think? We've had a fuck ton of bans. Holy shit. So... How long does it take for a Shigumo to come of age, then?
They mature at around 16, I think. It's been a long time.
Well, that's about
Haru,
when
how
I
old are
would
you?
matured.
It should be mentioned that you don't actually have to come of age to have children as a Shugumo. You just need blood.
You
Okay.
just gotta live.
That's a can of worms that I'm not going to touch, but...
Well, it's nothing. It's because it's not a sexual thing. It's just blood
Okay,
being
fair
fused into
enough.
a creature, right? It's irrelevant what age you are when the blood is taken.
So... Are there other species that have your signature white hair and are spiders?
No, I mean web weavers.
Well, yeah.
Yeah.
But web weavers don't have the white hair thing.
They do.
They do.
They do? I thought they were
Yeah.
just like nightmare creatures.
Yeah, but they're like if you took a warden and twisted it into a nightmare creature.
Oh, okay, okay.
Yeah. So they're still coated in white hair. Some less than others. Depends.
Also, it's kind of hard to talk because the inside or the web is, nightmare plane. But
So, obviously, you don't have to go into the brutal details of this, but, like, is there a limited amount of web weavers, or can they also create baby web weavers?
We're under the impression that web weavers are only created when a warden spends too much time in the inside.
is that what happened to Breathless, or is that the usual way?
Actually,
Or do you just not know?
I don't know about Breathless. He's a bit different from us, isn't he?
So, Warden dies in the web. They become a web weaver. What happens if someone like Haru dies?
Feels bad.
If someone like... sorry, repeat the question for me.
So, Warden dies in the web. They become a web weaver.
No, they don't have to die.
They just spend too much time. They become.
Okay, well,
Yeah.
Warden spends too much time in the web, becomes a web weaver. I don't know the name for Haru's air quotes species, but
Just
they...
Shugumo.
Okay, normal Shigumo spends too much time in the web, what happens?
Dies.
It just dies?
Yeah.
Yeah. Not that I died, but spent a lot of time in there.
I mean, you died emotionally a little bit, I bet.
No comment.
Reasonably accurate.
Okay. So... So, I know that the Rust clan had a princess, and Haru is the prince of the mist and the
Just the
blood.
mist.
Oh, just the mist.
Yes.
Okay. So, I don't understand how the whole hierarchy thing works, but are there, like, other princes and princesses? Or is it just whoever's on top, their kids are princes and princesses?
It's essentially that, but the Light Clan is a little weird when it comes to that.
Yep.
They do a lot of weird ritualistic things, so I can't say I know much about them. I just know that the Rust Clan does. With princes and princesses, any noble children are a prince and princess.
So, I'm gonna say a theory, and anyone here feel free to debunk it, because not smart. It's possible that, or I currently think that it's possible that a Shigumo got out, and they were like a noble of some sort. They got out, they got to the web, then were adopted by a Jinzi that had some form of connections to the spider folk, or the Shigumo. Later on, someone finds out, they go, wait, no, that's illegal. Presumably they're from the Light Clan, the noble child is from the Light Clan. They come here, they have a web weaver bring them over. The web weaver is forced through by some means. They poison this woman, kill the web weaver, leave through the web weaver's portal. Web weaver comes back, and then some people were trying to cover it up.
I mean, it's nothing totally out of reason there, other than I don't see why they'd have to kill the web weaver.
I mean, your guy, presumably Hari told me like what
Breathless.
that other web weaver wanted.
All right, what was your theory for how the child came to be?
Oh, also that.
I don't know. Maybe it's something like when the mom got into power, then she killed a different noble, the child ran, or was told to run, something like that. I'm not sure how that factors in at the moment.
Like the Jinzi spider hybrid?
That's the thing, is I was under the impression, at least from the guy, that it was actually a true form of hybrid, and it was his daughter was actually a Jinzi, and that was fact. It was just the white hair that was kind of odd. Not that it was a spider that escaped.
That part I'm iffy on.
Could just go ask how many limbs they have. He didn't. I feel like that would have been the first thing he mentioned.
Yeah. I feel like he would have mentioned any weird stuff, but at the moment I'm not sure how that factors in. But what happens if a Shigumo does the blood ritual with a non-Shigumo?
Can you make a history check for me while I make a history check for Bushi?
Me?
Yeah. You're the only Shugumo here, dude.
With advantage?
Oh
or
my
no?
god, Bushi rolled a 20.
Okay,
Nice.
never mind.
So,
I'm gonna roll it anyway, because I want to be.
Oh!
did you also?
Yeah!
Yeah.
You both know right away that it's happened before. The Light Clan has elven women that they've tried to make hybrid children with, and it always ends up being just one or the other. Every time. 100% of the time.
With
There's
the
never a
weird blood
hybrid.
rituals, it's always.
Blood ritual always gives you one or the other.
Yeah.
That would be, yeah, so that cuts off that one avenue.
Wait. If there's like a second way of making children for Shigumo and non-Shigumo, wouldn't that like invalidate the blood ritual somehow?
What do you mean?
To a degree, yeah. The only reason the blood ritual was made was because they couldn't reproduce normally.
So, someone wanted to prevent this from being known.
That's
why?
also a good point. That could be the case. Or someone boned a web weaver.
I mean, I think that's the less likely one at the moment. But if this child was made through a way that wasn't the blood ritual, then that would mean that there's more dissent in the ranks of Shigumo. At least I would think so. Another one? Holy shit. There's gotta be, like, some reason why it's happening.
What if you put on follower only?
We can do follower only, right?
Probably. I don't know how to make
Follower
that.
only chat. For at least
Let's say,
10 minutes? Yeah.
yeah, 10 minutes.
okay,
Okay.
cool.
Yeah.
Gotta remember to turn that off for Rizzy's next stream, hopefully.
Yike.
Um,
The big thing then is that's a good motive,
and
but I'm not sure where we take that.
actually,
there.
no. Think about it. The webweaver we talked to didn't want Shigumo to know.
Breathless didn't
Breathless
want Shigumo
didn't
to know.
want Shigumo to know.
Yeah, I'm basically making it so that if Bushi somehow contacts the rest, he can't be like, oh, hey, murder
right.
Breathless.
Right, fair.
Yeah. And if there's someone listening in, Lord knows how.
Laughs in purple bird.
Laughs and charade.
So, if the webweaver didn't want the Shigumo to know, we would most likely tell them about this child. Like, presumably, the murder of a webweaver doesn't matter as much.
No, it's just kind of odd.
Yeah.
There's usually not too much motive to do that.
I mean, to be fair, sure, you destroyed a webweaver.
Yeah.
She fought it and beat it.
Fucking obliterated it. So, if...
Very power, so...
Oh, fair enough. But at the very least, that would make sense why they wouldn't want us to tell the Shigumo. Because we would mention the child thing, and then they'd go, wait.
The other thing is that piecing together that the webweaver was stabbed on this side probably means that whoever it is still out here and not in the web, or did not use
So
the web
here's a
after.
question about how webweavers work. So they tear open a gash into reality, and then people can walk in and out of those.
Yep.
When a webweaver dies, does the gash go away?
Yes.
Okay. So when we went through the webweaver's portal, it was like as it died.
No, the portal that was up there was made by another webweaver that was called in.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Okay,
Yeah.
I get it now. Alright.
Noah
I-
used the flare function and just called the nearest webweaver.
No,
to let
back
him
when
know.
we were with Kai in the Temple for the Deep.
Oh, right. In that case, it's possible that the webweaver wasn't fully dead and was just bleeding out.
Okay,
Also, I'm pretty sure Breathless showed up around there too.
Yeah.
I believe you're correct. But that was just like a mental thing that was going on.
And I guess on the other hand is that with Breathless being involved, he could have easily opened up the portal afterwards anyways.
Also, completely unrelated, but Bushi, is Nodachi like actually cursed?
I really don't know what's in it, but it feels like it's cursed.
Cool.
Why? You can
Uh,
unattune from it. It's not
Oh. Because,
like,
like,
it's not going to lock to your arm.
yeah, I just... Normally cursed stuff has, like, a downside, and I haven't felt any downsides from it.
I'm sorry, what?
Huh?
You don't consider its voice a downside?
I mean, it's an asshole, but it's not, like, a downside.
I guess I more mean cursed in a literal sense, as in, like, it's fucking awful.
I mean, he's a jerk, but he doesn't talk that often nowadays.
Blood for the blood god.
You already had enough blood in the last house. Don't worry.
The skull throat.
Alright, now he's just quoting scripture at me, so... Yeah.
Ezekiel 25.
But it's like... But that's the only, like, downside to it, right? It just, like, talks to
Oh,
you.
yeah. Yeah,
Okay.
it's not legitimately cursed, as far as I know.
Okay. Arana, Nami, you've been extremely quiet. Do you guys have any comments on this?
This
I
whole
don't.
spider biology lesson has been really...
It's been a lot.
Yeah, it's wow.
I really don't have anything to say since I'm not really into spider-related stuff. So
Oh yeah, Arana, do you want to try tuning to the crown to test another one of my theories?
Sure.
Cool. Troy's gonna hand her the crown and, like, chill for a while.
Sure, so you...
I think
just
we're, like, done talking about the whole murder case at the moment.
Okay.
Yeah, at the moment, I
Getting the
definitely
rock-
need time to digest.
I'll put scrying. Then I haven't put it yet.
Who are you gonna scry?
I'm just gonna put scrying in my spell list. I haven't yet.
Oh, cool. Yeah.
Oh,
Scrying, you mean identify.
Identify. Yeah.
yeah,
Sorry.
yeah. Scry.
Scrying is
Identiscribe.
I think you can, like, write down spells that you don't have a slot for, but you can't use them. I think. So if you got a scrying scroll, you could learn it, but... Anyhow.
Identiscribe.
Okay, so Arana tunes to the crown.
Yeah.
Okay.
We're
Arana's
mostly,
tuned
we're mostly seeing if it's possible and if there's any other effects to it.
Nope. She attunes to it and gets the same standard effects, though it feels a little bit less powerful on her.
That's it. I mean, I was expecting it to, like, not do anything on you, but I'll take it back now.
For it to just start. Okay.
It
Yeah.
seems as though
You
if you
just start
want-
yelling at me like, I'm not supposed to be on your head. What are you doing here?
I mean, I wasn't sure if it was gonna do that, but I thought it was gonna do something.
The only effect you seem to actually get while wearing the crown is advantage on melee attacks against evil creatures.
Oh, it's only melee attacks?
Yeah.
Yeah, the heads-up display that popped up on this thing just now said that it's super ineffective if I'm using it.
Oh, I see. I misread that. I thought it was all attacks against evil creatures. My bad. I've been having advantage on ranged attacks.
That's fine.
I mean, it's a +3 to hit, so
Yeah.
in the long run, it probably didn't matter. Alright, I'll just take that back, and we'll just... Does anyone want to do anything else today? Feels kind of shitty to just, like, go up to a guy, learn a state secret, and then go, sorry man, we couldn't help you.
Because if you...
There is something weird about that. I would like to figure out what the shit is up with that.
You guys could always look around the outside of the house too, because you guys didn't do any of that.
It is
Also
true.
I think Troy would be down to do that.
Yeah, we can do that.
He,
So
just
you
like,
guys hit the sack for this day and then go on to the next day, or
Yeah.
do you do it tonight?
tomorrow.
Yeah, I'd probably
Cool.
say wait.
Okay, so the next day when you get back over there, it's kind of the same situation. The guy isn't sitting outside though. It seems as though it's possibly went to work. You see the door is unlocked though, so it seems as though he did leave the door open if you guys came back.
What time is it? It's like early, right?
Your call. It's however early you guys wanted to go over. I figured it would probably be after 7 a.m. So
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it would be like midday.
I would
I'd
argue.
say 10.
I think that it would be better if we went like around when he comes back. Because Troy
you
also.
want to go like at 5 p.m.
Yeah, because Troy also wanted to like bring him food.
Okay, sure.
Yeah, so like
You,
whenever
That's
he
fair.
gets back, and he's gonna bring him like.
Bring him some baked goods from Ruby's shop.
Yeah, Troy's gonna get like fancy baked good. He's gonna like go into Ruby's place like, Ruby, I need your best sweets to cheer up a man.
I only serve my best sweets. to
That's
everyone.
what I like to hear. How much gold is it gonna be, by the way?
None. And he gives you a basket of baked goods.
Ruby, you are a godsend.
Can I have a donut?
Of course.
Thank you.
Oh yeah, have you seen Val around?
No, I think she said that she was going to talk to the general for a while, so...
Hopefully she doesn't ask for bullets.
By this time, she probably already has.
Sorry, what?
Yeah, she's got a gun, and she keeps asking the general for bullets.
Sorry, what?
Don't worry about it, it's nothing.
Yeah.
Your daughter's really
kinda like,
impressive.
Why did you mention that?
Your daughter's really impressive.
Thanks.
You're a doll, Ruby. And Troy's gonna go, by the way, do you want me to send Ekne a letter saying that you're, like, single?
What did you guys come to dump on me today? It's like
I'm not
Tuesday.
dunking on you.
No, it's not dunk. You said dump. Like, why are you
Dump.
dumping all this stuff on me on a Tuesday? What?
We've had a while. We've had a
He's
week.
dumping on you.
We've had a week. I'm sorry. I'm gonna go.
I just wanted to come get some of your tasty stuff.
Have a good
I'll
day.
wait till we have Val and a nice dinner or something to chit chat.
Sounds like a good idea.
Yeah, so...
Invite me over sometime.
Yeah. So, back at the place, Troy's gonna, like...
Yeah.
Wait till he comes back and then hand him the basket of baked goods.
Oh, thanks. I appreciate it.
Yeah, we got it from one of the best bakeries in town. Think of it as a, gift that we couldn't really help you.
Can you make an insight check?
Sure. $26.
You feel like he is willingly hiding some integral information from you, but it's taking its toll on him too. It's almost like he wants to tell you, but he feels like he can't.
How about we go inside and just chat for a while? Like real... Alright.
I'd probably elect to stay outside and survey around the house.
Yeah, Troy.
Sure, give me an investigation, Noah.
Is anyone helping Noah?
Please, someone. My
Just
intelligence
grabs,
is
have it.
tiny.
grabs mom's hand and brings.
Why
Yeah,
can't I
sure.
have streetwise?
Sorry. But yeah,
Not
make an
40
investigation
anymore.
check with advantage if you two are working together.
I will roll since I have a number attached to it.
Yeah, just casually roast him.
Zero's the number.
13.
Okay, I'm gonna roll one just to see if it would be higher than that. I didn't have any numbers attached.
Oh, that's good!
Roll
Why-
with advantage, Noah. I'm really interested.
Why are we doing investigation?
They're investigating the outside of the building.
And they chose like the two worst people to do it.
No, I just wanted to see because
Rana has a +4.
yeah, Ron's a +4, but it
Actually
was
pretty
just
good.
Yeah.
it was just that he said or Gunn said I actually have a number attached to mine and then rolled like garbage.
Yep.
Garbage.
You guys look around, and the only thing you find of note is that there is a beggar that is out on this side of the street. He's in an alley nearby the house, which is a bit interesting.
Is
I'd
Nami with
probably-
Troy again?
Nami, you're probably with Troy, yeah?
Yeah. I'm sure.
Okay. I just didn't hear.
So it's just getting.
We had I'm just kind of want to go inside and grab one of the baked goods, something.
Oh, sure.
Can I have
There's
this?
it's a huge basket. You can,
Troy
Yeah.
just hands him one as he's like talking to the guy.
Thanks. And then I'll head back out to the beggar and
How dirty is he?
the beggar? You don't
The
know.
beggar.
You're not outside.
Yeah.
What's it? I
You're
guess
inside with Troy. Troy
Yeah,
and
if you're-
Troy and Nami are talking to the guy because Mark said he's got something that he wants to say. And it's like burning him up inside, but he's not sure if he should say it, I believe is what you said.
Yes, that is what I said.
And
Just
then,
kidding.
yeah, Arana and her are talking to the beggar.
Alright, just got food. So
all
yeah,
good.
no, fair.
Make me 3 persuasion checks while you're there, Ben.
would help.
Okay.
Not with help.
I was gonna
Just,
say
just because I want to see the
more.
3 results.
Deception.
Deception.
Oh, my bad. clicked the wrong one.
The DC isn't even that high, so it's not like you have to use your higher DC, your higher number. You just need to not fail 3 times in a row.
There you go.
Very good. 2
Yeah.
more.
Yeah, I just have
13 and...
question, so it's not instant. That's a fail, probably.
Yeah, that's you still got a pretty good spread. But yeah, so you guys go out to the beggar with some food, and he looks up at you guys. Spare coin for an old veteran.
Fucking
The-
course.
Yeah, well, I mean, I'd give him food and I'd look at Arana again, aka the party bank, for coin, because I don't have any on my person anymore after I spent it all. Do you give him a coin?
Yes, like an amount.
Did-
How much do you want to give him?
I'm not gonna accidentally give him enough to buy it. I don't know. What's the price of a reasonable rent around here?
You can get it for like 50 silver, or you can get a nice one for gold.
Just toss him like 5 silver. Feels fine.
Yeah, like most of the coins that are in his hat are like coppers. So
Yeah,
Fucking make his day with a gold.
that's what I was gonna say. Because we're trying to get information from him after all.
Flour? I don't
So
have
what?
any. I don't have anything smaller than a gold coin. So
okay, so
Give
give
him a gold coin.
Yeah.
4 glod.
4 gold.
You,
gold.
you only have
Drop-
to give him 1, really. But sure.
You drop 4 gold on him, and he's like, "Thanks, Governor. Holy moly!"
You start making it rain, but since they're gold, it starts raining him.
Ping, ping,
No,
ping.
I'm not gonna start assaulting this poor man with gold
I mean,
coins.
he'd probably be into it with how much that'd be worth. But anyways, there was a murder here 2 days ago, and a kidnapping.
I think I heard some of it go down. Yeah, lots of scratching. It was so loud.
Did you see anything, or did you hear anything particular, like any voices?
I think I saw someone leave this way, and he points over to an alley that leads to an inn. I'm pretty sure they went over there, and I can't say I saw them leave since they went in.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
And I guess we can. I don't know. Well, I'd probably wait until wait a little bit to see if Troy and Nami get anything, or if they come
Sure.
back out.
So, persuasion. The 21 was so high that you kind of got him talking kind of pretty loosely after a bit, and he says, after a bit of talking, he's like, honestly, I'm very happy that you all came to talk with me.
Of course.
Yeah. It's a
My
very
wife-
hard time.
My wife was a runaway princess
Oh.
Oh,
from the desert.
from the pleasure place?
Yeah, it's called... What's it called?
The city
The
or
Kingdom
kingdom?
of Pleasure?
Caesar? The country. I
Oh.
don't know what city she was from. I didn't ask. It didn't
Fair
matter
enough.
to me.
Fair enough.
She ran, so I left it out of my mind. I heard some noise while you were investigating last night. Did you go there?
Investigated last night?
Yeah. Well, yesterday, right? 'Cause
Oh,
you
yeah.
guys were-
Yeah, yesterday. Yes, we have magical ways of getting assistance, and we used one of them.
So you've been inside.
Oh, yes, and frankly, the air could use some work.
Oh, levity. I believe that the one you found dead on the other side was the one she was with before me.
Oh.
Oh.
I see.
I didn't want to tell you kids because I didn't know if you knew anything about it, but seems as though you do.
We do. We do.
Motions at the empty silhouette of Haru.
You're not
knocking
here!
That's why I'm saying.
I probably could have guessed, but I was unsure if he was a creature that was born here or if he was from there. So
He is from there, and let's say that your wife and he share the same title.
that is hilarious.
He said that his wife is a princess from Cesar, and the web weaver that we found dead had a child with her.
Well, they were a unit previously, so
They
you
were
could
together.
make the assumption.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Was there an absolute unit?
She told me not to say anything about it, but
Oh no, I would be completely understandable why you would want to tell people that.
I'm
Yeah.
worried about her kids. Though, I'm also not entirely worried. You can imagine what one of them can do.
Yes. Well, I would like you to be aware that our group is fairly fluent within the land. And if you have any more information that can help us, please tell us at your earliest convenience.
Rona will also hand the beggars some good berries, informing them that they'll spoil by noon tomorrow, so we should share with others if possible. Very
Nice.
cute. He
Listen, I get like 2 casts of that for free every morning because of a stick I have in my back pocket. I might as well start using it.
That's fair. That's fair.
He nods and he says, I was told that if it ever got out that web weavers could have children with anyone, that it would spell disaster for all of the people that live within there. So, take that
I understand that. I will not go into the details of why that is a concern, because I think right now you don't need any more world-breaking ideas.
I'm not worried about what's over there.
Okay.
Um,
But I will say, if you ever want another basket of these pastries, or if you want some good food and people that won't judge you, feel free to
don't-
come by our guild hall.
I don't want to lie to you kids, I don't like sweets.
Got him! I was waiting for that.
It's not. It's not.
I mean, a croissant isn't necessarily a sweet
We can
though.
always get you a sandwich.
They're nice, but besides the point, what I wanted to say was, my daughter can travel between here and there, so I have no idea how you will find her. She could be anywhere. With her other daughter, with my daughter, my other daughter.
I understand. It's in hindsight,
it's-
it should have been a daughter and a son, but
Yeah.
just for simplicity.
I'm not going to lie to you. I don't actually know which gender the hybrid is.
That's a good point.
It has 8 voices.
That could be difficult to like world gender and health reform.
Well, either way, if you ever want some nice food and a different place to rest, feel free to come by our guild hall, and we will.
I want the most for you to find my children if you can.
I will do everything within my power to make sure that both of your children come back in the best condition possible. And that is a promise from this night.
Okay, thank you.
I'm going to take one of these strudels, and I will make my way out. Do you wish for us to take the rest of them, or leave them here?
I can give it to someone.
Okay. And Troy is going to leave and look at Haru and say, "Hey Haru, Your boy was right.
There was.
Right about which part exactly?
And
I'm
he-
doing this out of character, yeah. Or
Uh,
in character.
Yeah, as Troy's walking, he's going to. Full Thieves can't basically say that. Presumably, there's like words for web and weaver. So,
Yep.
like, web weavers can fuck.
Web weavers can fuck.
Put that on a shirt.
As soon as you fucking say that, like do it in exactly that way, I'm just gonna like go like, just gonna stare at you for like 5 seconds.
And then Troy's going to do
And then
Thieves
do
can't
like
for
not like
breed.
a big shrug, not a big shrug, just like a nod though.
Yeah, do you want to make a panic attack?
No, that's not. That one's not nearly as world breaking as I would have thought from what Breathless said. That's
Upon
just
Troy
like,
seeing
yeah,
that Haru's
fuck.
just like doing that, he's gonna go, wait, shit, and then do Thieves can't for breed.
Yeah,
It's
for
like-
breed, they can make babies.
yeah, it's like I got the message.
All right, cool. So what are we doing now? We're going over there.
Yeah, so there was a beggar in the streets in the alleyway behind the house said that they saw someone go to the inn and for after the scuffle inside and hasn't seen them come out since. So we can go there, have a drink or two, scope the place out, try to
Of course.
see if we can find anyone.
Sure. So you guys head over to the inn.
Hmm.
Okay. So you go in. It's a nice inn. It is run by Jinsey, so obviously the service is exceptionally good. Service with a smile. And the owner kind of smiles and he goes, "Hey, what can I get you, kids? Can any of you drink? I don't care. Do you guys want alcohol?"
Yeah, I'll take some.
I
Mom, please give me money.
I have money.
Or
Dad has money today. Don't worry.
and you get the discount for being lovely.
Oh ho ho.
And drinks are only a silver piece each.
nice.
I'm just gonna get us. How much? 5 drinks.
5. You could do 10 as well.
I'm just gonna do 5.
5, sure.
Yeah. Or wait, but then who gets the extra one?
And for that last one, so one of my associates came here about 2 days ago. So you don't have to give me a drink, just a little bit of information. And he said he was gonna be here tonight. It might have been a they. They were like, I think they were covered up, but at the same time, I don't.
While you're doing this, he's kind of moved his elbows onto the bar and he's resting his head on his hands as he's listening.
Should I roll an insight check to see if he's actually listening, or if he's just like, I'm not,
Sure.
not
Sure.
gonna give him any information? 26.
He's listening intently.
So, now we had a deal a while ago, and I don't want to like kiss and tell, you know, but they said that they'd be waiting for me, if you catch my drift.
Mhm. And where did you come over from?
Me personally?
Yes, of course.
Oh, I came from the dark.
Nice.
Holy
Um,
shit.
I'm like as soon as I notice him like really listening into that, I'm gonna sneak off. I wanna see if I can find any suspicious characters or locked rooms.
Sure.
But go on, Troy.
Oh, the dark. Yes, that's a lovely place. And tell me, did I see you come in from the back alley?
I mean, I didn't want to come in from the front.
Knife stabbed into the closest part of apparel you have into the table to kind of pin you there. And he
Well,
goes,
that's rude.
well, you know, I don't like nosy children looking into things that I've had to deal with, so, will I have to be dealing with more children today?
Well, you might have to be dealing with the guards.
I'm not scared of the guards. They're gypsy, just like me.
Oh, really now?
Damn, racist.
You are on that side of town. All the
Right.
guards here are gypsy.
Well, I must say that you have the worst alcohol within this side of the Nitian Commons.
I don't serve people to make them happy. I serve them to make me money.
And Troy's going to take his drink and pour it on that guy's head.
Oh,
he
shit.
doesn't. He doesn't lose his smile, and it doesn't even seem to bother him at all. And he laughs it off, and he pulls the knife out, and he goes, "What are you doing?
Hmm?
What are you doing?"
I thought I was enjoying the ambiance of this place, but clearly if
What
you're
are you
going to...
doing at the human's house?
Hmm?
What were you doing at the human's house?
Well, I have my secrets,
You
and
have
you have
10
yours.
seconds to answer before I take your throat and I splay it across the floor.
I'm with Troy, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
I think everyone.
Everyone except for
me.
Haru is with Troy.
Iran is here. Fuck.
Yeah, Aran is here.
Yeah, and I agree.
disappeared.
I disappeared. I'd assumed that like I'm just doing a general surveillance of the place that I wouldn't have found anything remotely.
Who are you casting invisibility on?
The main thing with casting invisibility is that he can hear it being cast.
Yeah.
It has vocal and somatic.
No, it wasn't really. I can't really do it now since there's 3 people. I can only do it to level 3.
So with the crown, can Troy tell if this guy's good?
This guy's evil.
Cool.
Actually, it's not that I can't tell you exactly what he is, but he's not good.
Okay. So Troy, upon hearing that's gonna go, "Oh, I'm chivalry," and punch him right in the throat.
Make an attack roll.
Okay. I have +7 to hit.
Oh, it's this kind of bar.
Lenny, nice, you hit. How much damage?
It's 1 plus strength, I think.
1 plus strength.
So 5
Also,
damage.
you don't have advantage. I lied. I double checked his stat block.
Yeah, so Troy's just gonna punch him right in the throat and go,
Cool. Ow, that was really painful. Why would you do something like that? And then he's gonna flick his dagger out. And can you make me a deception check? I
"Me?"
need to double check the rogue things.
I rolled an 18.
Cool. What's your bonus?
I thought he said
That's a
perception.
+8.
I said deception.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, so he did say that.
Okay,
10
so
plus 8.
18. Let me double check if I am getting you to do the right thing.
And then Nami's casting hold person, apparently.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Okay, cool. So I roll this. Okay, cool. So he succeeds it, and he gets his insightful fighting on you. So he has advantage. That won't hit. You're wearing armor, right?
Yep.
Ooh, I think that hits. That was-
Magic number 17.
Okay, well, he rolled a 17.
Okay.
And then he's going to do a bunch of sneak attack damage.
That's not a 19 after mods, right? It's way more than that.
No, it's much higher than 19. 1d8. I rolled an 8, and for the sneak attack dice.
So I'm wondering how did he get sneak attack?
Insightful fighting.
Insightful fighting. It's
Insightful
inquisitive rogue, yeah. So 36 plus his modifier, which is 5.
That's ridiculous.
So
Is this guy, like, significantly higher?
41. No, he's not. He's not significantly higher than you. He just has a bonus to his sneak attack damage.
Did he
Okay.
pass the old person?
Because I think he would... Cubed
You
would
have-
do that as he does it.
Yeah, but the attack's still gonna land.
Okay. How much?
It was
40 something?
36 plus 5, so 41. 41 points of damage as he does just splay your throat open with a knife slice. He grins, and it's a wisdom save on whole person, yeah?
Yeah.
He probably doesn't fail this because he's really high in wisdom. Yeah, I don't think so. He got an 18.
Yeah, that passed it.
Okay. But he doesn't seem to proceed to have any more desire to fight you. He shrugs off the magic and he goes, "Tell me, how's it feel?
Hmm?
Tell me, how's it feel?
How's what feel?
The neck.
I haven't felt anything in a week. You need to try harder than that.
I mean, I can always hit you again.
Yeah, please. I'll go call the general real quick.
Go for it.
All right. And Troy's going to pull out the orb, call the general, and the general is he a Griff or a Demogryph?
He is a demogryph.
Cool. So Troy's going to speak in Infernal and go, I'm at the bar here. I need you to come here, and I have information that you need to know.
Also, somebody just slashed my throat to stop me from giving this information, but he seems to have stopped.
I mean, that's fine.
So rusty, why are you talking to me? What's going on? Are you bleeding out?
Just put a flesh wound.
General?
Call is like a FaceTime.
General? This involves something that's going to make you look a whole lot more attractive to the entirety of the Shigumo populace. The downside is, we have someone who's trying to hide a murder that could possibly make it so that the Shigumo go against you.
What? Kids, what are you doing?
I mean, if you want
Notably, the one Shigumo is nowhere around Troy.
I mean, if you really want to, like, have me do this entire thing, I can tell you, or you can trust the word of me.
Start making my way over. Troy, can you make me a perception check?
Sure. What's everyone else doing?
I'm just standing there shocked.
yeah, shocked.
22?
I'm looking around to see if I can
You're looking
find
You haven't
either the
anyone-
people, or if
You're-
there's
you're-
yeah, for the kids or for anyone that
Investigation. Make me an investigation check with advantage because you're invisible. Also, Anna and Nami
I've done
make
the-
perception.
I've done the equivalent of dialing 9-1, but for, casting cure wounds.
You might as well just do that now.
Yeah, one moment. Perception?
Same with Nami.
Yeah.
Yeah. 14. 23. Cool. DC is 24.
yikes.
So yeah, the Jinzi's just kind of sitting in front of you, and no, with the 16, you find people in the basement tied up. You don't know who they are though. They don't seem to actually be the Jinzi kids.
What/who are they?
They are
Can I
like
tell
totally
races?
bound up. You can't, unfortunately.
And is there anyone else around in the
Nope,
basement?
just the two tied up.
I mean, sleight of hand to cut some of their bindings to.
Sure, that's easy. You get
Like,
them
I'd still want them, especially if they're like blindfolded, to not be able to see me,
Sure.
but for them to be able to talk.
Sure. So you get their mouth gags out, and the first one goes, "What's going on? Who's there?"
Also, out of context, why are some of the numbers gray?
When you
Because
do
if you
advantage,
roll,
it picks the
lights up
one
the
that's
one.
better.
Oh, it just lights up.
Yeah.
But like, it didn't do it for cube.
Cubed is just
Because-
automatically doing it. Yeah.
Cubed has an auto. Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
yeah.
So if it's always on, it does do it. Okay. Anyways,
I never do it.
yeah.
Can I get a little band-aids from Arana?
I'm not a Jinzi. That's all that's important right now. I want to know who you are and why they found you up.
Now, what are you then?
A friend.
Yeah,
I'm-
probably
like a-
say something like that. I would
No,
not
I-
want to reveal that I'm Shigumo.
I have no idea if that's true or not. It's 23 healing.
Okay. Can I also have, like, one of the D10s?
It was a really fucking hefty slice.
Yeah.
Yikes.
Alright, I'm fine with that amount.
Back up to a reasonable amount. Well,
Deception
If you
or
want-
persuasion to try and convince them you're a friend.
I'd probably want persuasion, but my deception's higher.
Then just do deception.
20. Let's see if they are as insightful as the rogue. They had a +1 and rolled an 18.
Ooh.
Okay, I'll trust you for now. Just get me out of here.
Why do they have you tied up?
I don't know why he has me tied up. He's some crazy lizard.
Hart has dark vision, right?
Have I seen any fucking lizard?
Yeah, the fucking bartender's a
Is the
Jinzi.
bartender?
Yeah.
They're lizards? What?
Yeah, Gen Z are lizards,
Oh.
dude.
Fuck?
What did you think they were?
Yeah.
I don't fucking know.
Reptiles.
They're reptiles, dude.
Damn.
Yeah, they've always been that.
Yeah, I guess I just haven't been paying attention. Anyways, and now, oh shit, I just closed fucking Silksong. Fuck. Roll 20. Anyways,
So you have
do you know
dark vision,
anything
right?
about the murder down the street 2 days ago?
I don't know if you're a friend anymore.
Oh, yikes. I'm just trying to get information for the Foss's whole family.
For the what?
Husband, I guess, more accurately.
I'm gonna have to go with you, not a friend, then.
Yikes. You're not friends with him then?
Take a guess, dumbass.
Nice. Well, I'm still gonna let you go. And I will, at least, like, and to the point where I'm hoping that they clearly have been disarmed or whatever.
Oh yeah, they're definitely not armed. As you start to get some of the bindings off, you realize that these are elves.
Ah, fuck.
Do you stop?
Just let him go, dude.
Yeah, I wouldn't, but I wouldn't because I would not stop. I
Okay.
would continue. And I'm sure they'd be like, what the fuck, dude, you're fucking spider bitch.
As soon as one of them sees, they go,
Oh, yeah, elves do.
hi. They're running. They're running up the stairs as soon as they can.
I mean, I'm not gonna fucking run up after them. I'm gonna fucking wait to see what I'm just gonna know that the bartender fucking...
Okay, so as soon as they get up and bust through the door, everyone knows, because they're not sneaking, 2 elves just busted out of the basement. Arana, Troy, Nami.
Troy is going to grapple the dude if we get actions.
They're running this way. They're about halfway across to the inn.
I'll hold person the other.
I'd probably... Like, I don't know if you want me to roll more stealth. I'd probably try to sneak up a little bit after them.
No. Troy is grappling the barkeep.
Oh, you're grappling keep?
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
roll.
Okay. Yeah, Troy doesn't care about the elves.
Yeah, alright.
Yeah, I'd just try to sneak up behind the elves, not, like,
You
literally
grab-
behind them.
Your hands go straight through it.
Son of a bitch.
And then your hold person goes off, and you hold the first elf in place.
Wait. Cube
yeah.
didn't know I was targeting the
Yeah, I
barkeep.
didn't know.
You're not gonna hold? Okay.
No,
fair
I'm
enough.
not gonna hold.
So they just run straight to the exit and start making their way out. Barkeep's not here. It is an illusion.
Pretty hurting.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
A painful illusion.
I mean, he probably did minor illusion, then pieced out.
Yeah.
And then this is probably around the general would show up, and he would be walking in with both the elves grabbed by the collar in one arm.
Hi.
What the fuck?
Hey.
So I have a question, Troy.
Yep.
Why do you seem to get into more trouble than me?
I
don't
think it's
care
just
enough.
because I have a very shitty life that started after going to college here.
Yeah, it happens to the worst of us.
Will I be
Um,
able to hear the general coming in?
Yeah, his boots are heavy and his voice is very distinct.
Okay, then yeah, I'd probably at least start somewhat sneaking upstairs. I
Uh,
wouldn't want to reveal myself, but I'd at least come up.
So
I'll give
Troy,
you
Hmm?
news. 33 is actually higher than the general's passive perception, so he can't even see you if you walk up here with the stealth.
Yeah.
But yeah, Troy,
yeah.
what's up?
Troy's going to explain the situation up until the big world-breaking thing in Infernal.
Okay. If I got that right, something about murder and web weavers. Why do I care?
Web weavers can breed.
Cool.
With normal.
I
things.
think the bigger implication is they can crossbreed, Troy.
Oh yeah, that.
Go.
Oh.
That's the bigger implication. That's
That's-
probably why those children were kidnapped. You know, the reason why we're in this mess in the first place.
That's kind of interesting. I don't really see the ramifications of that, though. I don't really know anything about this.
Troy's going to explain how breeding works for the Shigumo.
Okay. So,
Wait, how is
What-
that relevant?
what's the difference then?
So Shigumo use the blood ritual because they're all sterile.
Okay.
However, web weavers can't breathe our air.
Okay.
A crossbreed can.
Okay.
So, that person going missing could result in one of several things. One, could be in Fold's hands. Two, the barkeep here tried to kill us when we were asking about it. I don't know what the elves are doing here, by the way. No fucking idea on that. I thought that kids were gonna be here. And,
So, if you're talking about elves getting their hands on a crossbreed, don't you think that maybe the barkeep was trying to protect the fact that the elves showed up to try and get the children? Did that not kind of fly through your mind? And he was just really cautious about you guys because he thought you guys were working with the elves and not with the spiders?
we
I
had
don't know.
fucking Haru here.
Yeah, but how can you trust a random spider?
Then fucking ask the elves next to you.
He looks at them and they just kind of like zip their mouths. He goes, yeah, I'm pretty sure these guys are the ones that killed them. You said that it was specifically light blades that killed the
Web weaver.
web
Yeah.
weavers? That was probably the elves.
Cool.
And it would make sense that a Jinzi would try to protect its own people. And then, Troy, you feel a pat on your shoulder, and then the
Swear
Jinzi
to God.
barkeeper reveals himself from being invisible. And he goes, you know, kids, I really didn't trust you. Because I've seen you with an elf before.
Yeah.
Cool.
Do you know what her dad is?
No, I don't.
He's a Jinzi.
Cool, but she's an elf. What's your point?
Why is everyone that we meet today fucking speciesist?
No, I just made the correct decision. There were elves trying to kill someone. Why would I trust a group that travels with an elf?
Where is she right now then?
I don't know where she is.
So, she's gone. And you
Why
think that
would-
we're gonna do her work while she's not here?
Listen, Blueberry,
That's
if-
that's a term of endearment, so thank you.
you're welcome. If you guys know that I have the elves, why would you bring?
We
your
didn't know
elves?
you had the elves.
Yeah,
Wait,
I
but
would
I
say
can't
that.
do
I
that.
didn't fucking know they were down there. I didn't even know what they were.
I can't take that risk. I can't take a risk of giving any information away to a bunch of kids that travel with an elf when I have two elves downstairs. I can't take that risk.
Cool. We're back to square zero.
What do you mean, square zero? I know where the kids are, if that's what you're looking for.
Troy's just gonna look at him with immense hatred.
You can hate me as much as you want, but I made the safest decisions for myself in this situation.
I do gotta admit that he has a point.
I know, but from like out of character. General shows up, has the elves. I tell him all this shit, and then the barkeep's like, "Nah, I'll just chill down here for a bit longer."
What do you mean the barkeep said he'll just chill down there for a bit longer? He just showed up.
So he was away while I was explaining all that?
No, he was just waiting.
So
I mean,
he
he
heard
just-
all that, and then only
Yeah.
decided after the whole chat.
Yeah,
Okay, sure.
he wanted to hear everything. He just wanted to make sure.
It was an infernal.
Yeah,
He
Yikes.
speaks infernal?
yeah.
Great.
I mean, barkeep, to be fair.
The
Yeah.
barkeep knows tons of languages. In fact, I have 23 languages listed on his
I
sheet.
fucking
Right.
hate your NPCs sometimes.
To be fair, this one is the exact same level as this. You could probably.
I mean, I'm not mad about that. I'm just fucking surprised he knows 23 languages. Almost killed Troy in one hit.
Yeah, but that's sneak attack rogue for you, honestly.
I guess,
Like,
yeah.
At your level, it's 3d6, and he's a knife master.
I don't
So
think.
he gets d8s instead of d6s as long as he's using a knife.
Okay,
So he just rolled really well on all of his dice.
cool. So
Yeah, I
where are
was
the
gonna say it's
kids?
Not that far out of.
The kids, oh, they're if I recall correctly, they should be just about reaching the city south of here. About now, they're going through the web.
Okay.
The daughter can use it.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
know. All
The
right.
kids know.
Yeah,
Good
we
on.
do. I'm sorry, General.
It's okay. I'm actually kind of glad I have a couple elves in my hands now.
Yeah. Troy's
Yeah.
gonna look at their souls.
They're pretty unimpressive guys, but they are
Pretty
elves.
elvish.
They're elves, so like they're good with finesse weapons.
Their souls tell you that.
If
Their
it ca-
strength, right?
Yeah, Troy's just gonna look at both of them and go, both of you would be a waste of my palate. And then he's just
No,
gonna
real-
be done here.
A waste of his palate were refined elves. No, I'm sorry. That didn't happen. I fucking hate elves.
Wow, you're also racist.
Yeah, I was
Fucking
gonna say,
everyone we
everyone's
meet today is
fucking
racist.
But the general shrugs and he goes, I mean, I guess this is important in the grand scheme of things, but I don't really see what the difference is between making more children through blood and making more children through intercourse. Especially with a monster like that. Seems unlikely.
It's more the fact that the elves could breed a fucking army of people who can control the web.
What's to say they haven't already?
Yeah.
The reason how they got into the tank in the first
Well,
place.
I mean, it's been kind of a short period of time since Breathless admitted to helping them and doing some bullshit.
I guess.
Now
the
I'm
question
starting
I
to
have-
wonder whose side he's on.
I guess the question I have for that situation then is like, what's like the mortality rate of the children that they have? Like, I don't think there's enough information. It could have just been a fluke, right? Like 1 in a million.
Also true, but the elves clearly thought it was enough to look into.
Are there
Yeah.
like spells where you can copy the effects of another race?
Not really. Why? What kind? Like, can you kind of give me a bit more context on what you're?
Because,
meaning?
like, if there was a spell like that, the elves would just need the girl. They wouldn't need to breed. They just need the girl, copy the effects, and then use it for whatever.
I guess that's true. Though I don't know if that kind of effect is possible on that ability in particular.
And Troy's gonna look over to the barkeep and go, and keep all the stuff secret, by the way. I feel like
I think
that's
he
obvious.
knows that.
Yeah, that's kind of why I wasn't trusting a bunch of kids that walked in from the back alley in the
Okay,
house.
you know what? I'm already in a bad mood. You stabbed me in the throat. I think we're even.
I didn't stab you. I
Sliced. Whatever.
Okay, cool. You took a sharp object and put it in where my throat was.
In where?
You don't
Underwear.
have to like me. I'm just doing my job.
I understand that. I'm just very frustrated as my throat was slit.
I mean, your friends seem to help you pretty quick.
Yeah, because
She's
they.
good with her man.
Yeah, I know this. She's
Except
good with many
for
things.
me.
Yeah, what's the deal with you? Why are you here?
What do you mean? I'm with them.
Yeah, but why are you on this side of the realm, I suppose?
We don't trust you enough to
Because-
give you that information.
Okay.
I mean, cause fuck my parents. I mean, my dad's okay, but you know, it's kind of boring over
Okay,
there.
Haru, he doesn't need to hear your entire life story. Let's go.
Amen, dude.
Hey, you fucking asked. Sorry for Sorry about bringing meals.
It's fine. They got caught, and I didn't.
I mean, it
really-
wasn't about freeing them so much. It was creating a distraction.
Fair enough. I mean, I appreciate a roguish man.
Ha!
Half price on rooms for you.
Nice.
Look, kids.
Time to move out.
No, he's just like the general. He just removes 1 gold in the payment.
Yikes.
So the general takes the 2 elves to the spire, and he looks at you kids. He goes, "Yeah, go check on the city. See if you can find that kid. That'd be good.
Sure.
That'd be good play. If you can find him, bring him back here. I don't know if it's best to put them back in custody of the human.
What's that all the humans?
No, it's not that I dislike humans.
I don't think
He's saying that they probably shouldn't go back to him because they
Yeah.
know where he lives.
Yeah, so like just don't-
surprised he's not dead already, to be honest.
like he's fine, whatever. And then yeah, I don't know, just keep them around, I suppose. I'm gonna have a talk with the Jinzi tomorrow about not bringing information directly to the government and I don't know, probably do something with these elves.
Have
Yeah,
fun.
Can I come?
I mean,
Oh
it's
yeah,
not
where's Val?
as exciting as you think. She's doing something for me. Don't worry about her. She'll be back within a day or two.
Okay.
Alright.
Should I have to tell her dad about it?
Why would you tell her dad?
I don't
What?
know. I don't know what you and Val do. You have like a weird relationship thing.
Quick question: has she already asked you for bullets yet?
What do you people think our relationship is?
I have no fucking idea.
I
Everyone
mean, I
keeps
think it's just
everything from
bullets.
me.
It's nothing. Don't worry about it. Just
We're
go and
leaving.
find the kids at some point. And then he heads off to the spire.
Trey's just gonna go home.
Sure.
Yup.
Fu is back by then, and they do have gold. It's not like a ton, but it's like extra gold. They're not sure what you want to do with it.
Just use it to like get food for the house and stuff, I guess. I don't know.
Fu gives you a thumbs up. So.
Yeah.
Yay.
Trey's just gonna like go to his room and just start putting the books that he got on the shelf.
Sure. Anyone else want to do something tonight?
Sorry. If there's time, I'd probably want to go and read up about gods and stuff, or look into getting a book on gods to try and learn more about mysterious Star Lady.
Sure. Go to the library with anyone?
I wanted to go out to get comprehend languages scroll.
Oh, sure. Yep.
So there we go.
You can buy comprehend language is what, level 1, right?
Yeah.
But it is a rich.
Actually, yeah, I'll go with Haru and get more info on, that crazy lady who showed up in my dream that one time.
Sure.
Troy's
Um,
home alone.
So cubed, you
Oh,
go get the
You're
scroll.
not alone, Troy. You've got other people.
They don't
for
count.
comprehend languages. It's gonna be, because it's a ritual. We're gonna say 150 gold for that scroll.
Mom.
But yeah, fine.
Mom.
House is quiet, Ben, and then for Arana and Noah, you guys go to the
Who's
library. Arana and Haru, the literally Warcraft reference. That is the only reason he's named that.
Actually, no. A noob is the.
Haru, yeah, I know. But anyway, we go into the library, and can I get investigation checks, or you could
Ask
go away.
the librarian. Yeah, I'd first ask a librarian about books that just describe the pantheon, and then try to find the person I'm looking for,
Sure. We
or
have,
someone matching the or the statue.
yeah. So for the first part, we have many encyclopedias on the gods. If you're interested in those, they're over here. And then what was the second thing you were gonna ask?
Well, I want to find out what god I need to ask about first.
Sure.
To see.
So you go to the encyclopedia.
Do you want me to
and
huck a religion at a thing?
No, you're good, because as soon as you look through the book, you realize she's not there.
Fuck.
And further inspection through all of the encyclopedias glean the same results.
Right.
The only space and star related god that there is
stars. Right. I see. Ask if the librarian would know anything about. Might describe the statue. Heck, I'd probably even be willing to show her the little box that I have.
Mm-hmm. I've never heard of a god like that before. That seems a bit out of my pay grade as a librarian. I can't say I can help you, but I would maybe point you at the tall purple individual that has appeared behind you and is staring at me intently and is scaring me a lot. And when you guys turn around, Charade is there, and he smiles and he goes, I don't like when kids smile on me.
Wait, so he's going after the two people who had no... Troy has the orb!
I know. He just knows it's you guys. He doesn't know which people were directly responsible with using it.
Was fucking Gun, were you even here for that?
Arana was not there.
Yeah, you weren't here. They used the scrying orb to scry on Charade.
Wow.
And they succeeded, but because it makes an invisible device, he could see it because he had the ability to see it, and
because he has specialized.
Yep.
Yeah. So.
And he was inside a set of ruins that looked like the set we were in, right?
Yes. He was in a set of ruins with the same kind of runes and whatnot that you guys did all the puzzles.
That's pretty. I don't know, Shrey. That's pretty sus.
Charade vented.
Well, Charade, that's kind of the pot calling the kettle black. Didn't you spy on us for like
a month?
Several months.
But I have the
Can't we just assume you're spying on us if you're not directly in the room in eyesight of one of us?
As you must have been today, I bet.
Nah, I wasn't really paying much attention to you kids for a while there.
Anyways, I don't think it was really necessarily our intention to spy on you as much as it was to find out if you were watching us, and also to just test out the new cool thing we got.
I also love how no one's moving the blame to Troy.
Everyone takes the bullet for everyone in the party. If everyone gets down, Mr. President, the original target is shot.
Yeah.
So, what are you kids doing out at this time? Man, shouldn't you be, doing something else?
Trying to read things. Get learned.
Yeah, I don't know what you're... Haru's
I'm on
looking
the
at
library.
books with more words than pictures in it.
Yeah, it's a first for me.
I have to admit, I did find, after you found that first book, that I was interested in the books as well, and I started looking through them. They're quite interesting, very cute.
What? I'm confused as to what that means.
He's saying that your manga's cute.
Chapter 142.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
Or the volume that I don't know.
Anyway,
Fuck, yeah.
all I wanted to do was just visit. Can't a friend visit?
Yes. You can.
Great.
Especially enjoyed that we know you're visiting and you're just not hiding in a corner. Staring.
Well, I never stare. So tell me, what are you looking for in the library? I could always help, you know.
Well, there's this
Dodgy
statue.
arm movement to.
Uh, uh, there was this statue I saw that didn't follow any god that I knew about, and I haven't been able to find any information about it. It was like in a shrine, and I found it kind of weird.
Small mind. Pats your head.
That sounded more like a smashes my head into the ground.
Same thing.
Why don't you ask Arama?
You mean Rana and her million minds?
Yeah, sure.
I don't think it. I don't. Arana, you didn't know anything about it, right?
Arana, can you make me a history check with advantage?
I just like to think Charade's saying that.
with or without.
Charade straight up blocking,
No, it's with the bonus.
breaking the
Right?
fourth
Yeah,
wall.
if you've got if you've got million minded up, which
Yeah.
I do, because you haven't turned it off since I gave you the bonuses.
Nice.
Ooh.
5. Nice, nice, nice. Anyway, so she's a really old god. So back in the good old days, when Arana was not Arana, there was a different pantheon of gods that were worshipped. There was 3.
Question, is Charade saying this or you?
This is Arana's history check.
Okay.
Past life of hers resurfacing.
Yeah, the good old days of 1999. But yeah, so there was 3 gods that were worshipped at that time. The one that you were looking at in particular is the star god, who none of them had any defined names. They were just represented by a single character. This character nowadays would be referred to as the letter. Let me double check. L.
The letter Z.
E. Yes, it is E. It is E. With
You mean?
And she watched over fate.
Huh.
And Charade watches you as you kind of roll through this epiphany and goes, "She's pretty hot too, right?" I mean, imagine if you slept with her, you'd be sleeping with space.
I'm not really astrosexual.
I am not into DJ's super atomic or subatomic supernova.
Remember, guys, it's called deep space.
Oh shit.
And
Anyway, now that I've had my sexual innuendo quota met, is there anything you need to know about her?
I mean, fuck it. I got this box.
Ooh, nice. Let me see. He holds his hand out.
He's gonna just fucking take it.
Are you gonna give it back?
Why wouldn't I give it back? It's yours. You have it.
Oh, I'll hand it to him. I don't know what's in it. I don't think it's that important.
It's mine now. No. He giggles as he says that, and he looks, and then he starts rolling the number pads, and then he presses a button that's hidden.
To what number?
The number that he rolls it to is 7582.
7582. Someone write that down in the notes in case it's actually important.
I'm on it.
And then he presses a button on the bottom of it, pulls a small rod out the right side, and then flips it open. And then he just kind of looks at it, and he has like a warm smile. And then he closes it, and pushes the rod back in, and then he puts the timer back up, and he throws it back to you.
How'd you know the number for it?
Well, because it's mine.
Ah! Oh. Sorry, we broke
Well,
into your
that's-
house and stole your stuff.
I mean, you didn't break into my house. I just didn't have it at the time.
What do you mean didn't have it at the time? You just left your belongings there?
You left a box with some stuff in it under a statue.
I left it with her. She was my girlfriend. What do you want? Well, she was.
Oh, wait a minute. She was your girlfriend. You're how old?
Me?
Weren't you just born like
What makes you think that?
her? I guess could be.
That one.
Yeah.
Oh, ignore the 3. Insight doesn't affect the million thingy.
Doesn't matter. You rolled a 1.
Yeah. Yeah.
Charade is just fucking going on with some crazy nonsense. You know what he's talking about.
That's about what I was thinking anyway.
Yeah, it was 1,000 years ago? 2,000 years ago? Maybe
That's
it was longer.
quite some time.
Yeah, I don't know. It was fun. I just haven't talked to her in a while, so I don't know if we're still a unit.
No, that's fair. So, does that mean you don't want the box back then, even if it's yours?
I mean, it does make me smile. He's
Fair.
smiling.
Yeah.
He just doesn't stop.
Like a fucking Totoro smile.
Yeah. Only no.
Well, thanks for the help, Charade. And I'll tell Troy to fuck off and not spy on you again.
Tired glass. It's okay. I'll come back with you kids, and I'll give him a stern talking to.
I mean, I'm not gonna stop him.
Yeah. Okay.
He starts heading back with you guys. When you get back, I assume Nami's probably back, writing down spells into her spell book.
Yep.
And Ben, where are you? Where's Troy?
Troy's just in his bedroom.
Okay, well, Charade does come in and he waves at anyone that's here as he goes through with the kids. I don't know where Arana and Haru are going to lead him.
Just, I guess the hall.
Yeah, he's gonna know that he knows where the hall is.
Yeah,
So.
he knows how the house works.
So I'm just gonna walk home as normal, and I'll just. Go up. Yeah, 7-5. I'll just go upstairs in my room, just do the exact same thing he did with the box.
Sure. When you open it, it is a sketch of Charade that is done extremely well. And it's signed with a symbol that you've never seen before.
Oh, it's a love letter for fan art.
Fan art.
It's just him with like a shawl lightly draped over his lower body, and he's just
Oh
like,
my.
he's just painted like an old Greek style, and like, oh, I didn't see you come in.
It's a portrait.
Probably like one of your eternal goddesses.
He's holding his mask in his left hand, and it's not on his face, and he's just smiling. It's very well made. In fact, if it was colored and finished, it'd probably just look exactly like him. But yeah, so
Nice.
what's up? What are you guys gonna do if Charade is here in Lay House?
I'm fully expecting him to break into Troy's room at some point. Troy's just keeping to himself for right
sitting
now.
in a chair with a light next to him on a table.
Well, Troy's in his room, so...
Has Irana and Haru told anybody why anything that just happened?
Oh yeah,
It's fucking Charade.
we found
Charade.
Charade.
Arana
Charade
might
found
have-
us. Charade
I
found us
would've
in the
just walked
library.
downstairs.
One at a time, one at a time.
Haru and Arana catch Nami up. You guys can just say that.
Yeah.
Nah, I was specifically saying I would not catch Nami up. I'd just walk straight upstairs with the box and open it and go to bed.
Yeah, I will do the filling in afterwards.
What?
Huh.
You're kind of like the mom of the party, aren't you there, Rana?
Hadn't noticed.
Charade, you got laid?
Huh?
Charade, you got laid?
What do you mean? Of course I did. I'm like really, really old.
Huh.
2,000-year-old virgin.
It's really the assumption that because I was there that you had brought me to being for my first time. It's
I do not want to any more info about your first time.
no. What I'm saying is, this party is making the assumption
Nami wasn't there. Nami wasn't
when
there.
they split me from the soul of the bear that I was attached to, that they basically gave birth to me as a creature. They thought that that was me being born for the first time, when in reality I was just being reincarnated again.
I think I've stated that. I think yesterday, actually.
But yes, so it is me. I'm here. I've been here before, many times.
How many times?
Why is one of your tables missing at the back over there?
Vandalism.
Plants.
It's not incorrect.
Plants. Vandalism and plants.
Plantalism, if you would.
Well, I guess you would
Let's
have
just
the
say it turned
freedom to
vegan.
buy
Let's just
another.
say it turned vegan.
Huh?
Let's just say it turned vegan.
It's a
Did not-
table. It's already vegan.
Did you
Wait, yeah, wait a minute.
Did it fly out? Okay, never mind. Don't worry about it, kids.
Don't worry about it.
So confused.
Same.
What do either of you remember the name of the person that did it?
I don't.
Troy does. That's it.
She was accompanied by a walking meat suit. It was weird.
War, and I forgot. I know Nami knows, but I
It's freedom.
freedom. Yeah.
Meat suit.
And
Meat
what
suit
did
and anarchy.
say about the chair, about the table?
Work and freedom.
He said,
is he
I guess
asking?
you have the freedom to buy a new one.
It's on the list. It's being ordered at some point.
Anyway, don't worry about it. Let's. I want to go see the blue one and the elf.
Yeah, Bella's not here, and Troy's in his.
Dang! I was really excited to see the elf. Okay, bring me to the blue one.
I guess knock on Troy's door.
I'm pantsless.
Cool.
Yeah, I assume.
Is
That's
the
enough
entire
of it.
party coming to Troy, or is it just Nami and then she leaves?
Nah, I'm in my room, so I'm.
Is Arana coming as well?
If you need me there, sure.
I don't.
Okay, then.
Well, I
no.
mean, Charade just needed somebody to lead him there. He doesn't know this place, so.
I feel like that's a lie, but sure.
Nami's gonna stick around most of the fact that he doesn't
I don't
know
know.
what Charay's gonna do. So
Yeah.
he's just gonna keep an eye.
So she now.
Troy has said he's pantsless, Nami like,
No, dude, Charade literally said, "That's cool."
fair enough. Feel free to enter, I suppose.
Yay!
Yay.
Are you still going to be pantsless?
I'm putting them on as we speak.
Disappointing.
Charade, do you want him to be pantsless?
He walks in ignoring Nami.
Is he closing the door behind him?
Nope.
Alright.
Dude, this guy's born with
Troy's shirtless and his, like, hands... Like, there's blood on Nodachi Ranyo, his hand's bleeding, he's like, what's up?
Nami just waves.
Yikes.
I have a question.
Which part?
Why do you assume the sword actually needs blood?
I don't fucking know, man. I've had a day and it's the only way to keep it fucking quiet for more than 10 minutes.
You want a new sword?
I mean, I'd want a new sword, but so far all you've done for us is stalk us and...
Cool. What kind of sword would you like?
Look, Charade, I don't know if you're trying to be helpful or if you're not, or if you're going to give me a joke sword, but I've met a...
He puts his hand into his chest and he goes, "What kind? Come on, just tell me." Like literally into his chest.
You don't have to do this for me, dude.
Do you like long swords or two-handed swords?
A great sword, sure.
Great sword, cool. And then he pulls the handle out of his chest, and then the rest of the sword follows, and it's a bright silver sword, and it's glowing, and it's got what look to be about 6 stars, like in the center of the blade, like where the groove would be. What's that size poker? I have no idea who this guy is.
Same.
I don't know what's going on either. But he hands the sword to you, and he goes, "Call that one the Collider."
Do I, like, owe you a life debt or something?
No, I don't care.
This just feels weird. Not the sword, but you giving me a sword apropos of nothing.
He shrugs.
Do you...
I'm just getting used to the good old powers that I've had that I haven't been able to use since I've been reincarnated.
Oh, I'm just waiting.
Okay,
Just
sure.
waiting to.
Whatever. This might
Give
as
it a
well
try.
happen.
Give it a try.
I'm not gonna hit you with it.
No, just swing it.
Alright, Troy swings it.
Can you make me a dex saving throw?
Oh, fuck. 16.
You're good. Just enough. As you swing it, you see in mid-swing that the 2 stars at the top of the blade collide into each other, and then you back up just in time as a massive explosion is unleashed from the tip of the sword in the center of the room. And he goes, "Oh, yes! That's the kind of power I'm looking for."
Troy's just gonna hand it back to him and go, I'm good.
Oh. Okay.
I'm sorry, man.
I can't put it back in my chest. I'm just going to have to hold it now.
In that case, I might as well just add it to the collection of weird fucking weapons that I have, I guess.
Well, I want to look at the weapon.
I should mention at the very least that it won't talk to you.
Oh, wonderful. That is an amazing change from the previous experiences that I have had with weapons. And Troy's just gonna, like, place it on top of Nodachi Ranyo.
It should be mentioned, if anyone is interested in using the sword, is a +1 greatsword. With the first 3 swings made with the sword per day collide 2 of the stars into it, causing 6d6 fire damage to anyone within 10 feet of the target.
10 feet.
That is entirely negated on a successful DC 16 dexterity save
Correct.
for the user and anyone else in the radius.
Jesus Christ.
High risk, high reward.
Did any of Troy's books burn from that, by the way?
No. It was a very centralized explosion. So.
Okay.
Do I have to make the dex save also?
Yes.
No. He Charade actually, like, when you went to swing it, kind of stepped back and pulled anyone in radius out with him. Charade was well aware of what he did.
Troy's just gonna, like, grab one of the Beholder books and skim through it.
Sure. There's not too much the Beholder books in it. It's kind of like scribble. It's not very,
He's doing this while Charade's in the room, by the way. He's just emotionally dead after all the shit that happened today.
Shrade's gonna read over his shoulder and point at funny stuff that happens in the book, and by funny stuff, it's like, "Hey, look, this guy just figured out that the spell plague is bad. That's cute. It took him a
Haha,
while."
depression.
Honestly, for being a beholder, he was kind of dumb.
Well, not all beholders are beheld equally.
Yeah.
Can I help you with something, by the way, or did you just want to say hi to me?
I love saying hi to everyone, but I also just like, spending time doing nothing.
I didn't know time was a currency.
I mean, sure it is. You only have so much. Unless you're a Jinzi.
Unless you're a Jinsei or immortal.
Oh, yeah, since I got you here, Sheree, do you know what the fuck this crown's made of?
You're showing him the jade crown?
Yeah, the jade crown that's around his neck.
Ooh, neat. That looks to be made of some kind of very strong magical material. I would say, though, that it looks like you need to find gems for it.
Gems.
Mm-hmm. That's why there's like little divots
Oh.
around the areas where the horn, like, because obviously this is like where your horns go, right? So
I
like
guess.
if you had like a lot of horns, they would like kind of.
I mean, it fits me like a glove, which I thought was weird.
Yeah, but presumably then whoever wore it for you is like you, but had more horns. So, but like, so between the horn slots, there's these little gem slots, and you can see that
Oh
each
shit,
of them
you're
are
right.
gems. And it's most likely that. Of course, I could be wrong. It could just be a weird aesthetic choice. I don't know much about magic artifacts. I just make them.
Is the collider one as well, or is this just a cool MacGuffin that you
Not
made?
really an artifact. I haven't gotten the full power back yet. It's just kind of like a rare magic item, I would say.
Fair enough. Troy just...
Collider's pretty cool, though, right?
Yeah. I'm happy that not my room isn't on fire at least.
Yes, I don't know if it actually has the ability to destroy things not on a person.
Okay.
Oh, and, be careful when you swing it.
I feel like that, out of all the things today, has been the most helpful to me. So thank you for that.
You're welcome. And remember, you're epic. And he's gonna head out.
I wanted to ask Charade if he knows about Booker.
Oh, Booker? I'm assuming that's
The Book
Yeah.
Reaper.
the book bites him when he points at it and he goes, "Oh wow, it has teeth." That's the second book to bite me.
What is the first? Why?
That would be a very spicy novel written by an old writer in the old, like you read it and it's like, whew, hot, burn.
Is it called I Believe by any chance?
No. That book is for plebeians and simple-minded folk.
I guess I made the right decision to give it that to her, huh?
Yikes. But no, I can't say I know what this guy is. I would make the assumption that he's a Grim Reaper. He has that kind of vibe.
One of 12, if I'm correct. 12? 13?
There's a bunch of them.
Nice.
10
10 out of 10.
I don't know why I got that.
Question. Is the Dirty Fighting book that Troy got going to have an effect if he actually reads it, or is it just...
Sure.
Okay.
It's gonna give you combat maneuvers.
Sweet. Troy's just gonna, once, like, everything's done, he's just gonna look over the collider and then set it next to his bed, and then he's gonna start reading that book.
Cool. Awesome. And Shrine probably leaves you guys there. Kinda heads out. Wave. You kids are the bulwark to society. Bye.
Thank you. Unless that's supposed to be
That's
in
a
it.
lot of pressure on my shoulders.
Unless it's
Or on my 6 shoulders, I'll yell out off the balcony.
I wave by.
Oh,
Well, today was weird.
like an
That was an understatement.
Today was the day.
The last 2 days have been
A day and
A
2
trip.
days. Even.
a day and a
Last
half.
2 days.
We should probably take a break. At least a vacation now.
Let's just
Yeah, can I
fucking
just
chill
go-
tomorrow.
Yeah.
Yeah, fair. I'll just
Fair enough.
do some alchemy.
Troy's reading the book
Not
till
that I
he
have any
passes
money.
out.
Oh well, I guess we're also supposed to, go find the missing persons.
Hey, Hart,
Oh,
real
yeah.
quick. How the fuck are we gonna do that?
You were told the city they were in.
Yeah,
Yeah,
she's also in the web.
For now, but I assume they'd probably get there before we would.
You know that
Yeah.
her sister probably can't live in the web.
Yeah. We should probably do that.
Only one of them is a hybrid.
Yeah.
I know, but if, like, she can also produce the masks, and they can just, like, pop out whenever needed. Right?
The masks aren't indefinite protection.
The masks.
I
are-
know, but I'm saying that, like, even if we go to that city, the probability of us finding her is going to be low if she can produce the masks naturally. In addition to the web weaver jumping stuff.
Yeah, so the webs aren't produced, or the masks aren't produced naturally. They're made by the web weavers. It's unlikely she even knows how.
And the thing is that even unlikely she knows how. And I was telling her, even with masks, you're like, you need like a lot of time to recover from being in the web.
Well, I vote that we pass out, we go first thing in the morning, and Val figures out a way to get there.
Yes.
Sure.
She's crafty.
Also with the general.
Yeah, but
Hasgate.
I know.
Yeah, also that.
But yeah, so you guys have a sleep. Some of you better than others. And the next day comes.
Troy's just packing up shit and putting it on Greg.
Greg. Greg is happy.
Can I pet? I'm gonna pet the drag.
You pet it, and it is pet.
Yay.
And then you guys head over to the city.
Mm-hmm.
That'd be the plan.
Sure. It's actually within a day's travel. It's a pretty close city. It's just kind of like more of an agricultural village that is used by the Spire. So it can bring farm goods to the Spire quickly. You get there, and there's only about eight big buildings in the city. The rest are all townhouses. There's only 2 inns, and they seem to be run by competing brothers.
Interesting. Who wants to go for which brother?
Right, run button.
Have you had your fill of innkeepers beating you up, Troy?
The collider.
Yeah, that's the sword.
Yeah,
Having
sure.
2 innkeepers beat them.
The name that could also be fitting is the supernova.
Supernova's pretty cool too. I liked Collider because it pushes the suns together.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like a neutron collider.
The one is they're the best part too is that the names are basically the opposites of each other. One is like, fuck, I had these names somewhere. This was a funny joke and I can't find it. Why don't I keep my notes organized?
No funny joke for Mark.
Okay.
But yeah, the 2 brothers, they have opposite taverns. They're basically mirrors.
Does the collider need attunement?
No, it does not.
Okay, cool.
It's important to note though that the collider is not a May. It's just the first 3 swings every day.
Yeah.
I know.
Yeah.
I wasn't actually swinging. I was just setting up the thing.
No worries. I'm just letting you know that.
Yeah.
So you
And it
don't
is
go
fun.
swinging it.
Cool. Okay. So yeah, you just head into one of the taverns then, or do you guys want to look around other stuff? There's a town hall. There's a big market. And
Troy's gonna go to the market and look around for fancy gems.
Sure. Make like an investigation check or whatever you think is best for it. I figure investigation's probably best.
Investigation, perception, argue. Yeah, no.
Hmm.
I mean, if you spend more time, I'll give you advantage if you want it.
Sure. No.
No.
You do find some jewelry stands, but none of them have any gems that seem like they would fit in your crown.
It's a good thing I'm using it as a necklace right now.
Yeah.
And who's gonna go? Like, what are the other party members gonna
I'd probably go to an inn, secure spot for the night to start.
Yeah.
do?
What town are we in again? I forgot.
I didn't give it a name. It's not really much of a named town. It's just like an agricultural city that is very close to the spire that's used to ship in goods.
Also, you're gonna tell us a joke?
If I find it, I'll tell you the joke, but I can't remember what it was. I can't find it in my notes either. My notes are a mess.
What is in this town?
Again, not much. There's the 2 inns. There's a town hall. There's a large farmers market. And there was another building, but I can't remember what it was. Oh, it's a mill. It's a mill. It's a really big mill here too.
I mean, makes sense. Boop.
It's Gun. Gun is having some.
Oh no.
Because I don't know what you guys, I'd prefer to
There we go.
probably spend the night somewhere before trying to mess up the town and moving stuff around, or shake the boat relative to visitors being here.
Troy's looked at Breathless'
Can
soul,
figure it out
right?
tomorrow.
You have, and it is a big, scary soul.
Okay. Troy's just gonna turn on Soul Eater Eyes and start walking around town.
Sure. I'll get some perception checks from you, and I'll get back to you in a bit.
Yep.
I'm just going to roll a 50-50% chance check here for the rest of the party going into an inn. Cool. So once you guys get to one of the inns, rent a room for pretty cheap, only a gold for everyone to get a room. A little Jinsey girl goes up to the counter and asks for some food and kind of puts some silver up there.
So, I mean, I'd vaguely assume we know these things, but we didn't explicitly ask for them necessarily. The father's name.
The father's name. Did I not give you the name?
I just can't remember.
I don't think I remember.
I can't specifically remember. And also the barkeep's name.
Oh, the Jinsey barkeep. Yeah.
Yeah.
The Jinsey barkeep's name is. Fuck. What? Let me look it up quick. And Ben, do you happen to have written down the human's name? Ben?
Rip and Ben.
You didn't disconnect. Oh, maybe just step away for a second.
Could be.
Hey Ben,
Hi.
did you write down the human's name?
We never asked.
You never asked. Okay, just double checking.
Yeah.
It is
Presumably we would have, but
Yeah. So I'll give you the name in a second here. So the Jinsey innkeeper's name was Holmium. 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 He goes by Hol. And the human's name was no, just Hol. Lol. The human's name was fuck, what was his name? My notes need to be cleaned up so badly. We'll get back to that.
okay.
Anyway, what's up? What's up, Noah? We'll get back to you.
Yeah, either way, just things that we assume we know. Jinsey girl puts money on the counter. What'd she do with the food after?
She waits for it to come, then she takes the 2 plates and she starts to kind of get her way upstairs as carefully as she can, carrying 2 big plates of food.
Right. Then, jeez. Does everyone? Yeah, I guess everyone else can see this, right? Arana, Nami.
Except for Troy. Troy's out.
Yeah.
Yeah. Fun
You,
land.
you seen this, Arana?
They're probably
I
the
think-
kids.
Yeah, I think that's probably the kids. But how do we, get them without
Actually-
causing a scene?
Everyone in the party saw the corpse of the mother.
Yep.
And presumably Gen-Z children are close looking to their mom.
Same species of lizard.
Okay.
And we also know that one of them should have like hair, white-ish hair.
Yeah.
Yeah, but that one's not gonna
Obviously
be
the-
fucking walking
the-
around.
Yeah.
But it's still. Yeah, it's still definitely. They're not going to be safe here. The elves will eventually find out if they're actually looking, even if they don't know the city they're in. They're right next to the spire, man.
Yeah, we also have to take them to the spire. So
How do we convince them to come with us?
Do you guys need think
I'd
time?
also like.
What you say, Mark?
I said, "Hey kids, you want some candy?"
Do you
Yeah,
guys-
although, and I'd probably as well, like, if she goes to walk out of eyesight, I'd probably try and sneak and see where
Go
she's
for
going.
it.
Hoo boy.
Tested by a little girl.
Girl, yeah.
Let's see what she rolls. 13 minus 2. She got an 11.
You could have rolled
I mean,
a 1 and passed.
Yeah, I could have literally failed. But anyway, so yeah, I just would like to know which room, to be able to know what room they're in for later.
Last room, right of the hall.
Okay.
I'm
And
just
then
gonna,
we can continue our discussion.
I think it's we were here for the girls. We should just get it over with.
I mean, I guess at least we have the benefit of not having Val here.
Okay. Actually, I mean,
Could we could
Uh,
contact the general and get him to gate here?
Why?
No,
But I mean, he told
no.
us to bring him back.
Yeah,
guess.
the general's probably busy right now.
Gonna go to their room and knock on.
Hey, you want some candy, kids?
No. I can conjure candy. What are you talking
Yeah, I
about?
know. That's the point. Like literally from your jacket.
Do you guys want a minute to like think? Because you're going up to a child and saying, "Do you want some candy?"
Have a minute to
I'm
think.
not gonna say that. I literally not gonna say.
I got something to do with Ben anyway. 24 perception check while looking for souls in the market.
Yeah.
So you don't really catch anything super interesting until you see a soul that looks familiar. A soul that looks like something that you had at one point but now no longer possess.
Oh, it's full of happiness.
It's full of scariness.
Troy's just gonna turn off the eyes and figure out what it is.
So as you move over, you see from the section that it was coming from that there's a small goblin. He's got dark tattoos all over his body, deep, dark, pitch black eyes. And he's playing an instrument. It seems to be a bit of an improvised instrument. It's not fucking brain. And the music is disturbing, to say the least. There's something weird and unnerving about it. It's like the tune is catchy but off, and the riffs are clean but misplaced. It is really hard to put your finger on what is happening, but people are avoiding it.
Troy, feeling dead inside, is just gonna walk over and go, "Pretty good music there, bud."
Thank you.
You're
His
welcome.
mouth doesn't move.
Just like a telepathy thing, by the way.
Yes.
Okay, cool.
You look down, chum.
That's a bit of an understatement, mate.
Oh, I'm sure.
Is that your usual instrument?
No, I'm missing mine.
Huh. What is he playing right now?
It is a guitar-like instrument. It is obviously cobbled together, but you're not really sure what it's meant to be. You could make
Like,
a
the mariachi you could float away in it because it's that big, or we were talking
no,
more
no,
of
no,
like a
no.
hurdy-gurdy.
I know out of character who this is and how to solve the thing, because Mark casually slid in my DMs going, "Hey, you know that thing that you have? Yeah, this relates to this guy."
But
What the ShamWow
Yeah, the
slap shot?
ShamWow. Yeah. What kind of
yeah,
roll?
it's very clearly like it's big for him because he's a goblin, but if a normal person was to carry it, it'd be a moderately sized guitar instrument.
I mean, do you care about your sanity? That sounds
I
weird.
never had it to begin with.
Oh, sweet. Because we have, like, this fucking shamrock thing. And I don't know who to give it to. Because it's, like, something in... Where the fuck... One of the one where you can't fucking breathe. That Circle of Hell. Not Plague, the other one.
Filled with water.
Yeah.
Ah, yes. She's a lovely god.
Yeah. I mean, if you don't care about your sanity, I can give you that.
Again, never had it to begin with.
Okay. Also,
Should
like...
You, or are you going to bring it with me?
I mean... No offense, buddy, but I think that if you're going to be coming around with me, a lot of people are going to not want to be around me. And, like...
Want people to be around you?
I mean, honestly, I've gone through so much shit that I don't really know the answer to that question, so you can come along with if you want.
Sure. He stops playing his music and hops onto his feet and just kind of tosses the instrument onto the ground.
Is that gonna... Is there, like, littering rules here?
Can you imprison someone if they are not a 1?
You know what? You've been making the most sense in the past week, so I'm just gonna go with yeah.
Oh, either way, just bring me.
So, like, what are you? I mean, I know you're a goblin, but your insides look different than that.
Oh, my insides, I see. Well, I'm a bit of a lost individual, I suppose. One who's missing something integral.
Your soul.
My humanity.
Close enough.
But yeah, he just kind of walks with you. He's got a slow walk because he's very short.
I can, like, carry you if you want.
Oh no, it's no problem.
Okay.
As long as you don't mind the leisurely stroll.
No, it's nice.
Walking, walking. And he does wear like some pretty like very loose fitting robes. And he's all smiles. And he doesn't even he doesn't really have goblin teeth. Like he has goblin teeth, but they're not like in disrepair. Like they're obviously kept in pretty good condition. He has a few fake gold teeth, but other than that, they're well kept for goblin teeth.
I see. And Troy's just, like, talking about random shit as he's going back to the inn.
Yeah. This goblin is a great listener. But when you get back, he looks at everyone in the inn. He goes, to be in society truly is a blessing.
We truly live in a society.
Hey, Arana, I found this funky little goblin dude, and apparently he plays the shumasin.
The Shamamison?
Yeah, the shamamison.
The Shamamin? Okay.
Yeah, can I has that?
As long as he doesn't play it in here, because, you know, the whole thing about the thing.
I mean, he's a pretty
Okay.
good musician, if you ask me.
Yeah, but that doesn't change the fact that it
Goblin
does.
just like sitting between you guys, looking up, back and forth as you're
Also, before we continue, why are you giving him the shamanson?
He's a funky little goblin man, and he listened to me.
You're gonna ask Sirvana?
Yeah, it's in her bag.
I bought it with my own money?
It's true.
This is true. But do you want to, like...
Look at the funky little goblin man.
Yeah, look at this funky little goblin man. What's your name, funky little goblin man?
Sable Deepwater.
That is an entirely trustable name.
Very trustworthy.
What's the insight for?
They've got a funky little goblin, quote unquote.
Yeah, yeah, but like, what are you trying to glean? Like, what's the
Is
information?
he actually what?
I mean, he's definitely a goblin, and his name is definitely Sable Deepwater because he's not hiding any information from you.
Besides, he was playing, like, music that's like what they said the Shamrock made. Sable, how do you pronounce it?
It's called a Shamuson.
He even knows how to pronounce it correctly.
I even have a pick. And he pulls out what just straight up looks like a dagger, but on second inspection, does have the pick components of a Shamuson pick on the left side of the hilt.
He's even got a pick! Nami, you can trust me, and I trust this man. I'm Chivalry, by the way, I didn't mention my name.
Oh, it's nice to meet you. Also, no one ever sees his mouth move, just as a heads up. Just doesn't.
That's unsettling.
Besides, this Sable can do cool stuff.
Fine, if
Talk
he can
about
take
his
it,
mouth.
but if he breaks it or does anything to it, you have to pay me.
Sable, are you gonna, like, throw the shamisen on the ground and step on it?
Why would I break an instrument?
Exactly.
That sounds like a waste of an instrument.
Troy's gonna take the shamisen out of the bag of holding. Then hand
Oh,
it.
that one's mine.
See, Nami?
She raises you an eyebrow, or lack thereof.
He takes it, and as soon as he grabs it, the menacing aura on it kind of just fades away. And then he tunes it a bit and makes sure that each of the notes is making the right noise, and he smiles even wider than he already is, and he goes, "Ah, to be reunited with my instrument."
Well,
We
Girls,
wanna...
you-
Now you I don't know, Nami, do you want to ask him for the money you spent on it back as a finder's fee? I don't know, at least get a net zero on this.
just let him have it. I don't care.
How much did you pay for it?
I don't remember.
It was like 100 gold in our new world. 160-ish.
160. Oh wow, that truly is a bargain for this kind of instrument.
Yeah.
I'll give you 2,000 gold in payment for it.
Sure.
Yeah, I'm down for that.
Clinky clink clink clink, 2,000 gold.
Fuck yeah.
I'm putting the gold in my inventory.
Alright.
Truly, the biggest thanks for finding my instrument.
No
He
problem.
plays a few notes on it, and it's actually different than what you heard outside, Troy. It's actually really pleasant.
Neat.
Nice.
And he sits at one of the tables at the back, and he just kind of quietly plays some
He
tunes.
starts noodling.
They're the same, like, weird, misplaced beat musics, but as opposed to giving that ominous feeling they did when he was outside using the garbage instrument, this instrument seems to make it sound very pleasant, and it's a bit weird, but it's nice.
I'm gonna ask him what his history with it.
Hmm? Oh, well, I was given it by Calypso, the sea god. She gave it to me so that I could channel magic through it.
You must be very important to Calypso for having a gift from a god.
She does it once every 100 years or so.
And Troy's gonna, like, put an arm around Ron and go,
So yeah, by the way, that dude has the same soul as Big Dark and Scary.
about now that he's got his instrument back?
Troy's just gonna do the eyes and go.
It's the same kind of soul, but it has this time an aura of like warmth to it, as opposed to fear.
So it's the same thing, but now he's all warm and fuzzy inside.
So a strict upgrade. Great.
Fuck yeah! And we made 2,000 gold off of it. I think Nami's a little pissed at me, but she got 2,000 gold, so it's not like we were gonna.
I mean, last I recall, she had mentioned buying it to, if we had ever found a way of getting into see Calypso. I mean, she'd be the only one to go because she's the only one who breathed down there.
Are you guys just talking out loud?
Oh, we're whispering.
You're whispering?
Troy's got an arm around her, and they're like.
So he just
acting.
rolled a natural 20 on his perception check.
Troy doesn't care.
His ears twitch a bit, and he smiles and he goes, "Well, a lot of the seaside cities on the west coast have places where you can get underwater breathing apparatus if you really wanted to go visit."
I don't know
Yeah.
about you, Arana, but I love this funky little goblin man. He is the most helpful of any person that we have met up until Mabu. Actually, yeah, Mabu and him, A+ in my book. Everyone else, eh.
Well, we should probably continue on what we're doing here.
Okay.
What are you guys doing?
So
He hasn't moved his arm.
I'll fill Troy in. Okay, so we've spotted at least one of the two kids.
Okay, what's your
She's
plan?
Currently in as we
She-
speak.
Yeah, she's upstairs with some food right now.
Please tell me
we didn't-
that
we didn't-
Haru is not
we-
stalking the small child.
Hey,
He stuck his head around the corner of the
Hey.
stairs to see what room they went in. That's
Hey,
it.
stalked in the previous tense, not stalking.
That's all. That's all.
Okay.
The goblin.
We should
giggled.
also, I'd assume they have some kind of. They might have been just told to come here. They might have a contact here that would likely not know what we're doing. So, what?
Is Sable doing something while we're still whispering about this stuff, or is he
He's
zoned
just
out?
playing music in the back, and he's listening, obviously, but that's it.
Troy's just
What
gonna
do
look
you
over
have
to
to-
Sable and go, You keep playing that music, you funky little goblin man, I love you.
Love you too.
He said he loved me. How can you not like him?
I guess he really is a funky little goblin.
Exactly.
I'll have to draw a picture of him at this point just to show you the kind of creature you're about.
Actually, since that comes up, if anyone doesn't want to use their the like random images that everyone has for their characters, I know Izzy is using her drawing. Feel free to draw whatever, and I'll let it be your character token. Since we're doing that 2 weeks from now,
Oh yeah,
Careful.
I do have character tokens for.
I think Isla's basically done. But if you have a better token,
I can just send you a token I find somewhere. Or
I think Isla just is a picture of Isla.
there are specific icons of her.
Yeah, sure. Anyway, so Haru's here, right?
I am here.
Okay, cool. So we have basically no plan, and it involves children.
Well, no, I was just about to launch into
Okay, hit me
what
with
I've
this
been
plan.
thinking while shoving my head underneath my desk.
Here.
By,
Can they be,
trying to-
right? Just use hold person on them and kidnap them.
No, that's
No.
That would literally be kidnapping.
Well, that is what I said.
I know.
Kidnapping would be using sleep on them and then taking them.
Oh,
Anyway,
also-
Arano, the person with the highest morals of the party.
I was
I'm
thinking.
not saying we should do it. I'm saying
No,
we
I'm-
could do it.
Let guns speak.
We can. I assume they know what the name of the city they were in was. Yes, just as a
The
ground
Nietzschean
rule of-
Commons.
They were in the spire.
Yes.
They did live there.
Also, can't
Yeah.
we just go up to them and talk about the situation? to the
That's
Damn
what
it.
I am.
Real
That is
quick.
what I am trying to.
So we just walk up, knock on their door, and explain that we're friends of the family. I don't see the jumping off
Yes.
point here.
No,
What else do you have in mind then?
I was
I died.
trying to.
Do you want to
Say-
kidnap them?
I'm not saying that. I want Arana to explain the rest of her idea.
So what I was. So obviously, you know,
Name
Two
drop
kids.
the barkeep,
Okay,
I
let
guess.
Gun speak.
Jesus fuck. So okay, obviously, 2 kids
Yep,
just ran through scary demon hell to get here.
most likely.
Yeah. Scared shitless. That's a given.
Mhm.
The gentlest way I could see us going about this is, I don't know, I'm pretty neutral looking, right? Not
You're actually
scary.
fucking because you're a Deva, which is an angelic creature.
I was gonna say, I'm not, you know, I am certainly not elf-like. I'm, you know, it doesn't, I don't look I'm about to split into 6 different pieces and, you know, eat them. So
You
I
know-
could attempt to go up and, like Nami said, it like explain like, hey, we're from the general of the Spire sent us to get you. We are here to make sure you get safely back to the Spire, and I don't know, under.
Our watch.
No, well, not. I'd say somebody more capable, but
Or whoever, someone who stays at home.
yeah, somebody a lot more capable of, you know, child care
Or
than
the general
yeah.
himself.
Well,
He does have 3 daughters.
I'm sure there are people within the Spire's bureaucratic organization that I'm sure there is like an executive daycare / witness protection program. Anyway,
So we talk to them, we tell them the situation, and then we bring them back to Spire.
as safely and as incognito-y as possible. As in, we make sure no one knows who the 2 small blobs underneath some cloaks are.
That shouldn't be too hard with Greg.
Do you
Yes.
need a decoy? Sable smiles.
I vote we trust the funky little goblin man.
And trusting the
Sure.
barkeep, who is Jinzi, was too much for you.
No, it wasn't him. It was the
Yeah, it was the other way around.
you guys.
Yeah.
It was the other way around.
Like, if the guy wasn't super aggressive about the entire... When Troy saw that he was super aggressive, he assumed this Jinzi helped people. Because he wasn't... He doesn't know that Jinzi help each other.
Yeah.
I just thought it was funny, is all.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so plan.
Is approach this as non.
I like how the hardest part is like, how do we walk up and talk to 2 children without looking fucking weird?
2 small children.
Oh god, it's so funny.
Step 1, don't bring Haru.
I was gonna say, we literally just say, hey, your dad and, you know, the big boss man of the entire city, as far as they were probably aware, sent us to make sure you got home safe.
I have can I do like a check to see if our children actually thought about the general?
Well, so you guys know
probably-
for the most part that when you ask any old person in the Spire who runs the Spire, they will probably answer with Obsidian. Because he's the king.
Yeah. But I mean, like, yeah. The general is more like,
Military.
yeah, kind of like a FBI.
No.
We were, well, I think also saying, hey, we were sent here on, you know, a special mission from the head of. So it's not like, some clerk sent 3 guys from accounting to go pick these kids up. Like, I don't know. Maybe I'm banking on them making the assumption that these people these people might have worked with the guards and therefore know how to keep us safe. I don't know. I'm trying not to make too many assumptions about the intelligence of these children because they're children in a fantasy setting. Who knows?
I feel like at one point after like Troy's caught up on all of the stuff about the children, he probably would have like asked if there's anything the kids like. To the dad.
The dad?
Yeah.
They're like sweets, obviously. They're kids.
Yeah.
They're the usual kid stuff.
Okay, but we're all agreed that we're not going up there with
Yeah,
candy.
we're not doing that.
Yeah, we're coming. Cheesecake is the best option.
I love cheesecake.
Who doesn't?
Nami, you have an owl, right?
Yeah,
It's like a normal owl, right? Or is it a robot?
it's mechanical. Yeah,
So it's not a normal owl.
not a normal owl. It's definitely not your race. If you're asking that.
I have a fuzzy pet.
I am afraid to ask.
Well, then don't.
I don't know. I could just give the owl like a sheet on top of it, put a smiling face, and just I don't know, make it a ghost.
A ghost!
That's probably not a good idea.
Oh boy.
I'm just gonna.
Troy's gonna survey the room with Soul Eater eyes and see if he sees any elf souls, I guess.
Currently, no.
All right.
Good news, the room's clean.
Yeah.
I don't know. It looks like it could use a dusting over here.
Is Sable, like, right next to us, or did he, like, move across the room?
He's still pretty far away from you guys, but his perception is absurdly high, and he uses telepathy, so him talking
Okay.
isn't heard by anyone else.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that's fair.
Can he actually speak with his mouth or just no?
Willingly?
Willingly, yeah.
I'm shrugging. I don't know.
I mean, I don't know if College of Whispers lets you do that, but I'm totally fine with him having full telepathy.
College of Whispers says you can communicate mentally with anyone within 30 feet of you.
Oh, yeah,
Yeah.
that's fair.
It's literally like full stop. It's really weird.
Okay. So Arana's probably the best bet. Arana, can you turn into, like, a Jinzi? Is that a thing you can do?
I have disguised person.
I have no idea if that only works on the self or anyone.
I want to say it's a self, but I'm not 100%.
I think it's a self. I think it's disguise self, and there's no disguise person.
Yeah, it's disguised self.
So that's a
You're
dead
right.
end. Yeah. Unless...
I mean, it's not a dead end.
I mean, yeah, but I don't want Nightmare Fuel Man talking to 2 children. You know what?
So I'll just go up
Yeah.
as me?
Yeah. I'll just...
As me. Like how me look.
That's you.
Like how me look white, me look angel.
Me look Ava. Me look. Oh no.
If that doesn't work, I'll just be nearby, I guess. Because I'm good at talking.
Yeah. Alright, let's
So you head up?
yeah.
Yeah. Knock on their door. Is this how you're broaching it, Gun?
Yeah, just
The door opens up a crack. You can tell that it's still chained, and the little girl looks up at you from
I'll
behind.
crouch down to eye level, obviously. I'm not gonna
She says, "What time is it?"
Oh no, does Arana know the time?
I'll look at this sundial on my wrist. I don't know work with this.
Or what do you?
Since,
You would know the time. If you want to answer what the current time is, you can say I answer with the current time.
Can I
Yeah.
do an insight check since I'm like nearby?
Sure.
Yeah.
She's a little girl.
No. I know. 25.
It's code. When you answer the current time, she says, "Sorry, we're busy," and then closes the door.
Would Troy be able to figure out what the code is? Question mark.
No, you just know that she's asking what's the time. So the answer could be a specific time, or it could be saying like right now or something along those lines. Right? You're not
Or
entirely
like, I don't have a watch or some shit.
not entirely certain what the answer phrase is supposed to be.
Hey guys,
So what
you want me
now?
to pick the lock?
No,
No.
don't. We don't need screaming children.
Even if you pick the lock, there's still a chain lock.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't think that would
The thing is, the general
Oh,
hasn't
fuck.
told us anything related to.
The general
code.
didn't know about this.
Hmm.
The Gen Z guy told the kids to get the fuck out of here. And they ran to this town. And he didn't tell us the code. So either it's something they made up, or the Gen Z guy is expecting them to meet another person.
You could, because you do have the scrying orb, and you have met him, you could use the call function on the scrying orb.
Would heavily suggest that.
We have a room, right?
Yeah, we got rooms.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go in there.
Sure.
Troy's gonna like fish out the orb,
I'll just loiter in the hallway as I do.
spin to the dude's number and call him.
Sure. There's his number isn't there. You just have to you have to punch in your own, and since you know his name, you can
Oh
punch it
yeah,
in.
fucking.
And then you call him, and he picks up and he goes, "Whoa, what?
Yeah, this is how I called the general.
This is quite cool.
Yeah,
Mind one of these. How much did you pay for it?"
that's on a need-to-know basis, but we can say it's the 5-finger discount.
Ooh, nice.
Yeah, I'm a bit of a bastard myself.
Talk to you.
Yep. It's a lot more
Anyway.
fun to talk when you don't have blood coming out of your throat. Anywho,
What's up?
well, we found the kids, and
Oh.
he's saying this in Infernal at this point.
Yeah, that's fine.
Um,
He objectively knows it better than the general, by the way, because the
Oh,
general
yeah.
doesn't speak Infernal to anyone.
not even to like Obsidian.
No,
Huh.
they just speak common.
Yeah. So he's.
It's better to speak the most common language to each other. So
That
they
is
can
true.
appear.
That is true.
Uh, Anyway, so yeah, he's like, yeah, what's going on, kids?
They're asking for the time. Is this a code thing?
Oh, yeah. Wait, yikes! They're not picked up yet.
No.
That's not good. That guy's probably dead.
Probably.
Half past midnight.
Half past midnight. Cool.
Yeah.
Alright.
So Troy's gonna. Well, before he hangs up, he's gonna go. Is there anything else we need to know?
No. Just kind of like
Any food
Kurt.
allergies?
peanut. You can't bring any to school. And
Yep. No peanut butter. Fuck PBJs. Yep.
No. The only thing I can say is like just kind of brace yourself for the other kid. Yeah. You're
Yeah.
getting into it.
Yep. So Troy's gonna hang up. He's gonna put it back in his bag. Haru would like be in the hallway effectively, right? Or be able to see
Yeah,
Troy.
I'm chilling in the hallway.
Troy is going to do hand signs Thief can't for check perimeter.
Like, I'll just put
Yeah,
the
ju-
outside of the building,
Um,
or outside or inside.
I mean, I can just like
It's
say
criminal.
stuff within reason. He's
Yep.
hand signs or thieves can't. He's basically just gonna say they're supposed to be picked up by someone. That person's probably dead, so it's us now. Check
Okay.
check for any bad peoples.
Mhm.
And Troy's gonna go over to the door. Knock, knock, knock.
Yep. So it opens up, same slit, and she just looks up at you and says, "What's the time?"
Half past midnight.
Oh, You're not a gin. It's okay. 1 sec, and then she closes the door and runs back inside, and you hear some movement. Can I get a perception check from you now?
Yeah, I was gonna ask if you wanted that. Oof.
Yikes! That's with a 5. Huh? You rolled a 6. Yikes!
Can Troy
you
do
don't
one
see
as
anything
well,
out
or
of the
no?
ordinary. Yeah, you can roll one as well. 23.
There you go.
You do hear some pretty loud footsteps making their way towards the stairs.
Oh,
Are you gonna thieves cant that to me?
Yeah, I think Troy would just do Thieves' Cant for
Stairs now.
shit went
your call
south.
seems to be.
I would assume that Arana and Nami are still in the tavern part.
Well, I
Yeah,
was
down.
upstairs to
Yeah.
talk to the kid originally, but if I went back down, then
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, then I'd go check the stairs.
When we see like people going up the stairs, then
Just one guy. It's one guy. He's got big robes on, big heavy boots, and he is actively holding a pistol.
Is he a Jinzi?
You can't tell under his robes.
God damn it. Hey man, you got a couple bucks? I don't have any money left, but I want more drinks.
Can you make me a deception?
Haru's like physically blocking the man.
18 plus. What is his positive on insight? It's only 3. How do I get so close?
It's near misses every time.
yeah.
So he stops. He goes, "Ugh." And he kind of like he puts the pistol away, and he's like, "Dude, you should probably stop drinking." At this point, you hear the latches start unlocking, Ben, and then you feel a tug on your leg, and you look down and you see Sable's there, and he gives you a shush. And as soon as the door opens, and you see the 2 kids, you all turn invisible.
Okay, so I don't know how invisibility works, but could Troy like pick up the 2 children?
Yes, you can pick them up. You knew
Yeah.
exactly where they were.
Yeah, so Troy's gonna pick up the 2 children.
One of them is very fuzzy.
That's fine. And he's going to start going down the stairs.
The funky goblin follows. You see, like, this guy is actually pretty good-hearted, and he's legitimately worried about Haru's alcohol dependency at this point. It's like, man, you gotta kind of like cut it out. You gotta get
Come
yourself.
on, have a drink with me, man.
No, you gotta stop. You really do. Look at yourself. You're wasted. It's horrible.
What's so horrible about that? It's fun. I'm enjoying myself.
So when Troy, okay,
I'm still gonna be trying to determine if I can tell if he's Jinzi or Elf.
You can make a perception check for me.
It's gonna be like 2.
11.
11. You're not sure. You can't tell. Under his robes.
Okay, so could Troy like hip check one of the party members without breaking invisibility?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Invisibility only breaks if you make an attack.
Yeah, so Troy's just gonna like hit Arana in the back with his hip, and then just keep moving.
Arana,
Yeah, Arana.
yeah, I just do.
you head out as well.
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
And you also have the orb.
Nami, you see Arana leave. What's your play here? What would you like to do?
Where was she heading exactly? Like
Outside.
Arana's heading outside. Yeah.
I guess I'll follow them.
Follow shirt, and you're still stuck talking with this guy here. No, what's Haru's plan?
I'd say one thing I'd want to do is I'd want to ready in action to try and blink out of the way if I have to.
Sure.
Like straight up, just blink as close to the exit as I could possibly make it.
Cool. So it's ready. Yeah.
And I'm not at a point on the stairs where I can see anyone, am I?
Well, I mean, you just saw Arana and Nami both kind of like shuffle past you two in the stairs.
And
Heading
go to
out.
leave.
Yeah,
We're
but you have no
downstairs.
idea where Troy or the kids or even the goblin whose music has stopped has gone.
Yeah,
You
it's
have
gone.
No idea.
I'd kind of want to fake a trip and pull off his coverings.
Sure. Make a
Sleight of hand?
Sleight of hand.
Sleight of hand opposed with his athletics. Yeah, athletics.
28.
So you rolled a 4. So you kind of like fake a slip and you take his coverings off, and it's a demogryph.
Oh.
And he looks at he's kind of like a bit scarred, but he catches you and he goes, "Dude, careful! You should really get some sleep."
Maybe you're right.
Do you live somewhere else? Should I bring you home? Or...
No, I've got a room in here.
Okay, I'll let you be then. And he sets you down, and then he starts walking over to the room where the kids were.
So Troy's gonna be in the.
And then you stealth with a 24. Yep. And then where are you heading? With
27.
that? 27 because of advantage. And where are you heading with that?
Oh, I'll just be watching him to see what he does.
Sure. He's fiddling with the door and he's trying to get it open. So what's Troy doing?
Troy's in the back of the cart, probably just like making sure the kids are okay to the best of his ability, and just like.
The goblin will put the invisibility down.
Yeah, he's just like thanking Sable profusely.
Goddamn.
I have some pretty
Must
good
keep moving.
intuition when it comes to sticky situations.
Thank you very much, man.
Hey.
Are you two okay?
And they both nod.
Okay.
And now that you can actually see the kid, it is pretty terrifying, to say the least. A lizard spider hybrid with its
Nice.
eyes kind of like twisted in weird places on its face, and like sharp, jagged teeth, but also clean lizard teeth mixed in there as well. It is a nightmare to look upon this creature, and
You guys are so cute.
when it speaks with 8
Orthodontist
voices.
retirement. Gonna be some
And-
orthodontist retirement plan.
It speaks with 8 voices, and it says, "Thank you for saving us."
Yeah, no problem, both of you. Do you guys have names?
Let's
So is this guy like
to the
very
Greg.
clearly
We're in
trying to
Greg.
break in?
Yeah,
Oh,
it's
we're-
clearly.
Okay, we're at Greg.
Yeah, we are.
Yeah.
Troy's in the back.
You're-
He's letting you
you're in
two
the-
take front. Yeah.
We're
Okay, I'd kind of like to.
much like being at.
I'd like
we're
to
at Greg.
still be. I don't like. You can tell me if I can or can do this. I'd like to ready my action to blink, but I kind of want to try and steal his gun first.
Sure.
Is he holding it, or is he like trying to fuck with
It's in
it?
his holster right now, and he's
Okay.
trying to fuck with the door. Because Noah stopped him with a good enough deception check, he put the pistol away to talk to him, and then when he went over to the door, he didn't pull it back out. So you go over to him with your stealth. He doesn't notice you approaching, and make a sleight of hand check with advantage.
Nat
Oh,
20,
God.
nat 20, nat 20.
Not 20.
24!
24. 19 plus 3 is only 22.
22.
You slip the gun out of his holster. He has no idea. You look at it, and it's a 6-chamber pistol.
Yeah,
Yeehaw!
Uh,
and I'm fucking gone.
You're gonna blink away. I
I'm-
really wanted you to coup de grace him.
Oh. Fucking shoot him in the back of the head, sneak attack.
Dude,
I'm not that cold blooded. He was kind of nice to me.
So yeah, you blink away, and
If he'd been a douche when I was like clearly drunk,
Oh yeah, fucking dead on the
Yeah,
floor.
I would have fucking done it. But like,
you're right to blow his brains across the wall.
I'm still kind of conflicted because yeah, he seemed genuinely caring, but also I know that it's not a good thing. Everything else
Yeah,
was
well,
not.
there was a 50-50 chance if he killed the guy coming to pick these kids up, or he was the guy coming to pick these kids up.
And
Yeah.
based on the lock picking, he probably killed.
Based on what the kids said, he's not.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's true. But I wouldn't have heard that either.
Yeah.
I don't think.
So
Yeah.
Troy's just
I
like
would have.
coddling
I
the
would have
kids.
made the assumption that he was expecting a Jinzi or that they were expecting a Jinzi for sure. But the fact that this guy was like, dropped his guard specifically because of that, it could also be me playing me and not playing Haru.
Yeah.
But I do not want to just fucking waste this guy.
For no reason. Fair enough. That I will.
Troy's voice in the back of Haru's head. Don't be evil.
Literally, that's what it is.
Not evil. Anyway, so you blink out and then you head to the cart, and you jump in the back with everyone else. They all look at you, and the kids kind of look at each other
It's okay.
and go,
It's okay.
"That's a spider."
He is. His name's Haru.
Please just say you hold out the gun. Be like, guys, look what I see.
What do you think I was gonna say?
Troy's just gonna look at the gun, look at Haru, look at the gun, look at Haru. We literally dodged a bullet.
Yeah.
Literally, the dude literally had a gun.
Okay.
And Troy, let me say, you saved a life tonight. I
No,
stole
I
the
saved
gun
two.
off him, and I considered killing him.
So I
But you
saved
told
3
me
lives.
to be a better person. So I
Is
did
Sable
anyway,
still
so-
here, or is he?
Sable's still here. He's starting to tune his thing and starting to play.
Oh, you-
Anyways, we should probably get out of here in case he wonders where the fuck is going.
Yeah.
I wanna-
Hmm?
Is the goblin gonna go with us? That's the question I have.
Troy was gonna say, hey, we need to get going, but if you ever need a place to stay in the Spire, feel free to come to the guild hall on the outskirts. That's ours.
We really need a name.
Yeah, we do.
Sure.
Let's make a name the next time Val's here. Anyway.
I'll stop by sometime. He hops out of the cart, and he waves, and then you see the guy run out the front of the inn, and he starts looking around, and then he spots the goblin, and he's putting 2 and 2 together, and then he starts heading over here, and then the goblin shrugs and just plays a riff, and then the dude stops dead in his tracks, and then he's just running the other way, and he just doesn't stop. He just keeps going, and then the goblin waves again.
If he was actually he started to run towards us, I was gonna use invisibility on the girls again. Just in
But
case.
yes, he's running out into the he is just running in a straight line directly away from this goblin.
Troy's just gonna tell Nami and Rana, hey, can we, step on it? Let's get the fuck out of here.
You cast haste on Greg.
Yeah.
Go,
That's
Greg,
probably not the
go!
best idea, but yeah.
Based on Greg,
He
will make
vomit
him
that
go
twice the speed.
very fast.
Don't do that, my
Fast for
governor.
1 minute, then he needs a nap.
No, it's the Hya was the the
Reins.
Yeah.
the reins go.
Yeah, I know, but it'd be funny.
Don't hurt the good boy.
Awesome, you guys did it. You saved the children.
It's a quick poke in the butt to make him go faster.
I do.
Also, you also kept the killer alive.
I'm
well-
sorry, okay?
No, it's okay. I think that you did what I would consider a good aligned act. No.
Yeah.
I tried to be nice one time.
Troy's just
Like-
making sure that the kids are, doing okay, that they're not, panicking or anything.
But as I said, literally the only thing that I feel like
Full-
gave Haru enough pause to do it to not do it before he blinked away.
Full
that he
actual
was
mom mode engages
kinda
for
nice.
Arana. It's like must protect children. Ah.
Did it just keep screaming, are we there yet?
No, they're pretty quiet kids.
I do what I typed.
They do like their candy.
Medicine check to make sure that they're okay.
Not injured.
Is there anything special about
Well,
the pistol?
medicine, I guess, could also roll for psychological
Yeah.
assessment.
That's fine. Make him take a check.
Medicine.
11. That's a
Yikes.
2. Troy's helping.
Curse of
Troy's
twos
helping.
with
Mom and Dad
fives.
are working together.
Okay, I'll roll.
Honestly, it's pretty ridiculous how well I rolled during
Oh,
that
yeah.
dive.
I've passed my
Nice.
curse
Thank you,
on to
Anna, for
Gun.
not doing that.
Gun has my curse now. How does it feel, Gun?
Listen, it's not your curse, my curse. I was almost an hour late. And roll 20 nodes. Roll 20 nodes. I was almost an hour late, and it's mad at me.
Actually, he doesn't have your curse because he rolled a 3 and not another 2.
It goes up by 1 every time it moves.
That perception was okay.
Wait, there's a followers only chat for 3 months. What the hell?
Yeah.
Yeah, that just means you have to be a follower for 3 months.
Oh, okay. I thought it was
Yeah.
like 3 months between every
Of
message.
followers only, chat.
No. The time is how long you've been a follower for. That's why there's a 0.
Oh, okay.
So yeah, you guys head on back. The medicine check, like, it's hard to read kids when you're on a bouncy cart and
In the front.
in the front, and it's tough, man. You're not sure. They seem okay. There's no physical trauma on them.
Okay.
Hey, Haru, can you call the general and tell him that the kids are okay?
Yeah, I guess I can do that. No problem.
Cool. You call him,
No,
and
Scroll up.
he
Hey,
picks
General.
up, and he looks kind of sleepy, and you can tell he's not wearing like his usual outfit. He's just kind of.
Oh shit, are we calling him at like the dead of night?
No, it's not the dead of night, but it is pretty late.
Okay, then.
I mean,
I think if
just
it was
come up-
pretty late, we wouldn't do it. I feel like we would have the sensibility to not call him at
okay, fair enough.
11
Your
p.m.
call, guys.
If it was that late, I'd probably wait. Yeah.
I would say it's about 10:30.
Yeah, I'd say that's past reasonable hours for
Yeah.
calling. Although, I mean, what are we gonna do? Are we gonna house them in our place for the night? Or are we gonna bring them to the spire?
How
or
far
what?
away is the spire?
Hmm?
How far away is the spire?
It's about a 3-hour trip
Yeah,
Yeah.
let's.
At double Greg speeds.
at double Greg.
Okay.
Yeah, let's. Yeah, I guess we're gonna keep him at our place for the night, and then someone will just guard their
We
room.
just-
Wait, can I give Greg drugs?
Don't give Greg speed.
Oh.
I'd advise
I
against giving the
won't.
Greg the drugs.
But
This is the kind of thing that Bill should have been here for.
Yeah.
Yeah.
'cause-
Izzy isn't
yeah,
here. We can do whatever we want with her animal.
True.
Yeah.
And her stream, apparently.
We could use haste and speed at the same time.
Greg's
Even
heart
though-
just stopped.
Even though we
Um,
were told that will kill him, most likely.
I think we'll just, like, go to our place
Mhm.
for the moment. I think that's
Sure.
the best bet.
Sure. So you guys head back to your place. You stop. You park a Greg. You get everyone outside. When you guys are heading in is when your secretary is heading out, and she kind of looks at you and goes, "If anyone comes to me with issues about kidnapping, I'm going to have a serious issue with the tenants of this house."
We're doing a
Um,
reverse kidnapping. It's
We're
fine.
rescuing these kids.
It's a political matter.
Oh well. And then she just walks off.
Nice.
Oh, good night.
Okay.
We don't.
Where the hell's my phone?
I think we need at least 2 people with the kids tonight.
Oh, gee. Watching.
Yeah. Is anyone else awake?
Kalita is awake, and so is Bushi. Fu seems to be asleep though.
Okay. Kalita, Bushi,
Mm-hmm.
I don't know how much longer you guys are going to be awake, but right now no one's going to be allowed outside of Val.
Okay. Any reason?
These children have people hunting after them.
Oh yeah, when Bushi looks at the kid, he goes, "Oh my fucking god."
Yeah, remember how I said that thing and you were like, no, that's not possible. Guess what?
Idiot.
That is legitimately never going to leave my mind. The thought of one of those sleeping with one of those.
Okay, these are children. Please.
I understand. You have to understand that I have enough mental trauma as it is, and you just added even more on top of it.
I'd say I'm
Well,
sorry.
Listen. The thought of breathless or something that looks like breathless.
Hey, I have 2 children in my arms right now. Can we not talk
Yeah,
about this right now?
This is a later issue.
Are they even awake? It's
I would say that the hybrid is awake, but the other one is not.
Do you sleep?
Yes,
Okay.
8 times.
Okay, cool.
Where are we gonna keep? Are we gonna let them sleep in one of our rooms on the second floor?
Yeah.
I think the most unnerving thing about the hybrid is that her eyes never blink at the same time, so they all just go at different intervals.
Oh god,
So
like the
almost
wave?
always, yeah. they're
Wait,
almost
do
like
mine do
always-
that?
No, yours are normal. Like yours blink at
Okay.
the same
Okay.
rate.
Synchronized blinking.
It's mostly web weavers that have this weird kind of.
Yeah,
Yeah.
random blinks.
Mhm.
And then I guess we should take shifts on being watch.
First shift.
If only we had Miss I Can Just Trance.
Yeah, that'd be great. Either way, I vote that we have someone waiting outside of the room and one person in the room, at bare minimum.
I can do half the night if Busha does the other half. Kalita just kind of like yawns as she says it.
Are you...
Sounds good to me.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
Can we
Troy's...
set that up?
Yeah, Troy's probably gonna bring them to Arana's room. And then
Yep.
sit by the window.
Really bad shit happens if you don't sleep, right?
Okay, the first time
You're
isn't
fine.
actually that bad. Every time after that gets so progressively worse that it's not worth it.
like, during one of my games, what I did was I would spend one night sleeping and the next night not sleeping because it literally didn't matter because I was just spending time doing a thing. And I was also an elf, so...
Yeah.
But basically, first time you go sleepless for a night, you have disadvantage on all skill checks.
Like,
Which is not terrible.
Yeah, it's
especially
not
if
like
you just catch up later.
Yeah.
The problem is the next one is disadvantage on everything else, right?
I think it's just attacks, but it might be everything else.
Also,
they're cumulative, so...
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's like both of them. Because
Yeah.
that's... I don't know if Har would even want to sleep.
So exhaustion. So 1, disadvantage on ability checks. No, sorry. 2 is speed halved.
Oh.
3 is disadvantage on attack rolls and saving throws. 4 is hit point maximum halved. 5 is speed reduced to 0, and 6 is death.
How do you even have your speed reduced to 0
I think there's
and then not just sleep?
I think there's some stuff that can give you exhaustion.
Yeah,
Like
there are
Barbarian.
creatures that can give you levels of exhaustion.
Barbarian raging frenzy attack thing. Troy's gonna sleep in the room by the window. What's Hari doing?
I'd probably just be pacing around,
Okay.
watching.
Is anyone else going to be in the room with Troy?
I said I was gonna take
Well,
first one.
it's my
Yeah.
room, so I would.
Yeah, okay. So Arana and Troy are in the room. Nami is taking first watch. Kalita is taking second watch, question mark?
Yeah, no, I thought, I thought you said, so there's gonna be someone in the room with them and then someone outside. Kalita and Bushi said they could do both the first half and the second half of the night. So you wouldn't have to have anyone else outside of the room.
Okay, so I think what we'll do is Troy's going to take first watch, Nami will take second watch.
Sure.
I think that sounds good.
Hmm.
Yeah. So Troy's gonna bring the kids to the room and go, you guys are gonna sleep here tonight, okay? And then tomorrow will be a lot better and you'll be extremely safe.
They nod and just kind of get comfy somewhere.
Okay. And Troy is putting Nodachi Ranyo in the other room.
Blood.
Are you just gonna shout blood now? Is that your new thing?
You know that I don't shout.
I don't need your sass today. And he's just gonna toss him into the room.
Bring the blood. Ching, ching, ching.
And Troy is going to set up nearby the window, make sure it's locked, and then sleepies.
No worries. Okay. And I will make one roll. And you're good. Night passes. Clean as can be.
Okay. And I think everyone got sleep except for Haru.
And that's entirely up to his own volition.
Yeah, it's definitely Haru just being paranoid about that guy.
Haru's a good boy.
I'd honestly just be paranoid that I didn't kill him.
So Troy will get up. He's going to do like rounds of the building and just make sure like there wasn't any break-ins or anything weird going on.
Perception me.
Perception you or perception the room?
Huh?
I also want to check up on the kids.
You're doing second shift, so you're in the room.
22. So yeah, you don't see any signs of people approaching the building. However, you do see there are some footprints that weren't there before out back.
Troy's pulling out Nodachi and just slowly walking to where they were.
Sure. Make another perception check. With advantage this time.
"22 again."
Cool. It
Oh.
seems like they're old footprints. It doesn't seem like there was anyone now. They seem to have been made at some point during the night, but it was a while ago.
Troy's just gonna keep Nodachi out and then just pace around the house once before going back in. The nanny.
Yeah?
You wanted to check on the kids.
Yeah, I'm checking up on the kids.
Yep, they're yawning and kind of a little tired still, but they're also hungry.
We'll make you some food. Or
Need
get
food.
What did it say?
Yeah.
Feed the children.
Feed the children. Troy's probably gonna...
And as mom goes off.
How long?
Yeah, like, for
we-
now, give them like a granola bar.
Sure.
For like the whole bit. Both of them.
Do we want to go to 9:30 or do we want to go a little past that?
I'm good stopping here.
Okay.
I don't think we need to do much else. I think it'll be interesting for Isabel to appear with their children now in the headquarters, which is, totally safe and absolutely.
Troy would call the
Oh,
general before anything, after everything, I think. So he finds the footprints. He calls up the general on the 1-800 scrying and says, "Kids are okay. They're here at our guild hall. What's the next step? Do we bring them to you or do you want to come to us?"
Also, Haru wants bullets.
Hold on to them for now. I'm having a
Okay.
bit of trouble with the elves
Okay.
that we have, so I'm gonna need to do some finessing of the situation.
Can you send anyone for the moment?
Like, do you want me to answer that question?
I mean, I'm
I
probably
can
just
send more.
Yikes. I mean, that
not
was
like sure you or like